of Homa Bay on the issues that were raised by the Auditor General. Due to limitations of time, we were not able to have a physical meeting, but we relied on your written responses to do a report to the Senate. It is on that report and recommendations of the Senate that today we will be asking the governor to update us on the measures and action taken. So the parameters for today's conversation is the report of the Auditor General and the recommendations of the Senate. Some of those recommendations were for EACC or DCA to take some action, or for the governor to take some action. That is what we will be probing today. I take judicial notice that there have been conversations, particularly in the county where we come from, with regards to certain topics, some of which might be in this audit report. I have received a memorandum from contractors from Homa Bay County, and I had made it clear to them that they can reach their senator anytime using any media, using the press, using social media platforms. That is okay. But when it comes to addressing the Senate as an institution, then there are certain procedures and formalities that must be followed. And I therefore communicated to the contractors that they could file a formal memorandum or letter to the Senate, and this committee will grant them an audience. And if this committee needs to call the governor to respond to the issues they have raised, this committee will do so. So I want to encourage, be they the contractors, be they the SACCOs and institutions, some of whom have sent petitions to me saying that statutory deductions have not been remitted. We are not rubbishing those allegations, but we are just asking we do it in a formal manner and a structured manner, so that the governor and the county executive has an opportunity also to respond to the issues. So today we will deal with the report of the Auditor General. The other related issues, if we can't process them here, we can still set another date for a broader conversation with the other stakeholders. In the earlier deliberation in the morning, we have also taken the position that we are more effective when we come to counties. And so in the month of October, or perhaps towards the end of October or early November, we intend to do a county visit to the Western Circuit, where we'll be visiting Nyamira County, we will visit Homa Bay County, and a few other neighboring counties, because some of the issues in this report require physical verification. So you can't discuss Kigoto in Nairobi. You cannot discuss water pan in Karachuonyo in Nairobi. So we will still have that opportunity to come to Homa Bay and engage those various stakeholders. So I just wanted to make that clear and to assure those who had expectations that we'll be discussing in detail issues to do with contractors, that if we do it properly and formally, then the Senate will be seized of the matter, and we will even come to Homa Bay to have that conversation. So with that, we can go to the report of the Auditor General, but I want to ask the County Assembly, first of all, whether they have processed these reports and if there are any recommendations that you may wish to share with the Senate. Chairman, Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to confirm to this Honorable Committee that we've processed this particular report. We've engaged with the executive for the purpose of this, and our recommendations were forwarded to the executive for actualization. And I believe, because I've also seen the report they've presented before you this morning, all that we actually indicated to them for the implementation has already been undertaken. And I believe they are captured before you. You will be able also to look at them and advise accordingly based on what we prosecuted within the Assembly. I thank you.
Honorable Chair, are you able to share with us your report, the report that you're referring to?
That was actually forwarded to your secretariat through the clerk's office.
Clerk?
Chair, no, we have not received it.
Auditor General, have you been involved in that exercise that the Chair is referring to?
Chair, we confirm that we have not been involved in that exercise. If there are committee meetings, ideally, you're supposed even to fight the Auditor General in that process. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm not aware about that meeting where they prosecuted this report.
Chair, would you like to reframe your response, because it's a very specific one? We are dealing with the reports for 2023-2024 financial year.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe you might just want to think through it and let us know if indeed your committee has called members of the executive in a meeting where the Auditor General is present and you have generated recommendations that have been tabled in the Assembly, adopted, and forwarded to the executive for implementation. That is a process for 2023-2024, leave alone the other years.
Honorable Chair, I'm clear in my mind that this particular financial year in question has been processed by the Assembly, and if you give me some few minutes, it will be wired in soft to the Senate Secretariat so that you will be able to see. And I also want to bring to your attention, I really like when the Auditor General disputes, we always do a letter to the office, and you see this cannot stop us from proceeding if it is their obligation to send the officer to come and attend our meeting. But this one in particular, we've prosecuted, we've called the executive, and that is why I'm here. In a few moments, you will get to see the report before a conclusion of this meeting. But whether to confirm the position of the Auditor General, I believe if you want to engage me on that, I'm here. Thank you.
I think my colleagues could be having views on this, but I don't want us to debate it because the chair said he's going to furnish us with a report. Please get us a report, and parliaments operate in the same way. A report that indicates the date on which it was tabled,
yes,
the date on which it was adopted by the House, and it would be helpful also the forwarding letter from the clerk of the Assembly to the executive. But any process of that nature that does not involve the Auditor General is null and void. Senator Wanga.
Chair, very interesting. The chair says he likes it when the auditor disputes. Why do you like it?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe through you, Chair, can I respond to that? Honorable Chair, I don't know what the standing order states, and you see, when the clerk's office writes to the office of the Auditor General, I don't know whether it is incumbent upon us to force them to attend to our meeting, but you see, what the standing order clearly states is that when we write to them, they are supposed to avail themselves and come and
Chair, let me stop you there.
Yes.
So that we have this conversation once we have seen the report.
Thank you.
And please, you as a member, you know some of the implications of making statements that are not factual before a committee or parliament. And I am not putting any doubts, because you have promised you are going to table the report. It will be very useful. You can quickly tell your clerk to forward it to us, because we don't supervise you as a county assembly.
Yes.
You are the primary overseers. And when we find that an assembly has done a proper job, our work here at the Senate is very simple. We just take your recommendations and ask the governor, why haven't you implemented the recommendations of the county assembly?
Thank you.
So please get that document quickly. Once we get it, we shall just look at your report and life is going to be easy. I think, members, we can advise the assembly once that report has been tabled. I know we have a lot of views, but we can do it at that point. But let's remember that that report is a report authored by the Auditor General. And so if you're going to consider it, the Auditor General needs to be present. The Auditor General is a prosecutor. It's their case. It is their report. So I'll be very happy to see that report. I'll be very proud to tell my colleagues that Homa Bay County Assembly is ahead of the rest. So let's get back to the governor and deal with the reports of the Auditor General. There are three reports. There was a County Revenue Fund, the Receiver of Revenue, and the County Executive. We would have started by making some observations on the CRF report, but we shall deal with it once we get the report from the Assembly, because one of the issues that was raised in the CRF report was on the allocations to the County Assembly, And OAG can deal with that once the honourable member shares with us the report they have done. We'll therefore start with the receiver of revenue report. It's a fairly small one. We can dispense with it and then go to the executive report. Auditor General, on the ROR, you raised several issues. The Senate made several recommendations. Overall, how many of the Senate recommendations have been implemented? Just give us a dashboard.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There were 18 issues that have been raised. 3 issues has already been addressed, 3 partially addressed, and 2 issues not addressed.
You said there were 18 issues.
No, 8, sorry, 8 issues.
8 issues.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so, Governor, because we didn't get to interact with you at the initial responses, where we took only the written responses, you would expect that senators might go back to the financial statements. I hope you have the financial statements. There could be some clarification that would be necessary from the financial statements. I think let's start by asking, who is the receiver of revenue in Homa Bay? Who is the designated receiver of revenue? Governor?
Thank you. This is Mr. Alphonse Wera, the Chief Officer Finance.
The Chief Officer Finance.
Yes.
Then just the presentation of the financial statements, I see 2 signatories to it. But one is just a signature without a name, without an ISPAC member number. Is this a legitimate certification on the financial statements? And I hope you have furnished the governor with the detailed financial statements. It's extremely important. It's like going to church without a Bible.
They're bringing it, Chairman. Yeah.
I think this is just an observation. I probably wouldn't make a big deal out of it, even though we have taken a view that if you're a professional and a member of a professional institute, you must comply with the standards within that space. Governor, have you observed the problem?
Yes, I've seen this, Chairman. And I think
so who's that second signatory? Where it's just a... You remember we were together in Okoa, Kenya. We were told that our signatures were not valid. So you've got something that looks like an elephant there, without a name, without an ISPAC member number. So if we want to refer someone to ISPAC, how do we make that referral?
Chairman, I think this should have been properly signed. The signature here, I am advised, is the head of accounts, who is a CPA and with a full ISPAC number. So he should have put his name and his signature on it. So
if you have some referrals to make, what is the name, full name of this signatory?
It's called Sefania Okelo Sita.
And ISPAC member number?
He has to put
30278.
Be on record.
Thank you, Chair. 30278.
Are you in good standing with the Institute?
Yes, I do.
If you continue signing financial statements without those details, you will cease to be in good standing. I hope you know what I mean.
Noted, Chair.
Yeah, and you had introduced that your people have PhDs and they are professors. So some of us are now starting to believe otherwise. Because if they are not confident enough to display their standing and who they are, then it is not good.
Perhaps what you should have done for neatness is to find out from him why then he uttered a document to the Senate in the manner that he did. Because I mean, how do you explain that? He's here, he's giving us the number, how do you even know that he's the one?
maybe the governor knows best.
Maybe that one can be confirmed by the secretariat, the ISPAC number, whether he is active or is in good standing. There are two things that chair needs to be confirmed, whether he is active and whether he is in good standing. And then number two, we need to invoke the Public Audit Act. When an officer like Sifuna Sita signs a very serious document that has financial statements that is not properly signed, then I think we should not recommend administrative action. I think this professional misconduct and should be written to the ISPAC for punishment. Because I can imagine this recklessness and dereliction of duty that has been done. So, Chair, unless Mr. Sifuna Sita will tell us something unique that will avert our thinking in terms of signing this documentation, then the Public Audit Act and the necessary ISPAC, he must be punished accordingly. And I think, Chair, you have made ruling where even clerical errors, these matters have been referred to the ISPAC. So, Chair, I submit that as the Secretariat check on the ISPAC number of this gentleman, this matter must be taken up by ISPAC and, of course, cited for professional misconduct. I yield, Chair.
Could we just go through the report and find out whether there are any other professional malpractices beyond the signatory ones? Then we can consolidate our case to ISPAC. But I think that's an observation that if there was some keenness, the auditor ought to have raised it and it should have been arrested at the management letter level. We expect Homa Bay to do better because the stories of on-source revenue in Homa Bay, what we hear are stories of success. But let's look at the details. So, OAG, why don't we start by looking at the systems environment? I think the governance environment. Governor, I've had someone introduce themselves as the chair of a board. So maybe before we go to the systems, you could just let us know, the governance structure. So you have a receiver of revenue, you've got a board. How is that structured? And maybe we can pick a lesson or two from there, which we can share with the other governors.
Thank you, Chairman. And maybe I'd like to thank you and congratulate the committee for coming up to date, because I know it's not easy. I know the number of hours, having sat in PIC, it takes to just get to up to date 23-24. So congratulations, Chair, and we are proud that to be associated with you, Chair, as Homa Bay County. But coming to the question of the structure of how we do our revenue collection, so we have our receiver of revenue, who's the Chief Officer for Finance, and we also, in 2023, did pass a Homa Bay County Revenue Board Act, and we constituted a County Revenue Board chaired by Dr. Konyango, who's here with us, and they are the ones overall responsible for collection of revenue, the administration of revenue collection. It is a board of 7 members. There's 7. Yeah, it's a board of 7 members with us, a CEO of the board who is also the director of revenue in the county. So what they do is, apart from running, they're a part-time board, so they run revenue collection, and we convene every second Thursday of the month. The board convenes all of us, the entire, myself, my TCs, and the chief officers, to review the revenue collection. So in terms of structure, we have the Revenue Administration Act, we have the Revenue Board Act, and then we have the Finance Act. So that is the structure that we use for purposes of revenue collection, Chair. So the receiver of revenue is also a member of that board. It sits in that board.
In terms of forecasting for on-source revenue, is that done by the board or that is done by management?
This is done by the board in consultation with the management. So it is done by the management in consultation with the board.
Because one of the concerns that we had noted earlier is that you had a budget of 2.3 billion on-source revenue. Of course, it was revised along the way, and you achieved 1.2 billion. And the question that we've always had is that, do we overestimate on-source revenue so that we can balance some numbers, especially the fiscal responsibility numbers? What's the science of budgeting 2.3 and achieving 1.2?
Yeah.
What is that outlier event that you are anticipating that would grow your revenues by 2 billion in a year?
Chair, before the governor responds,
Senator Sifuna.
Perhaps she was anticipating some sort of pandemic in Homa Bay. Because if you look at the numbers here, out of the 1.2 billion realized from as on-source revenue, 841 million is from hospital charges. And that is very worrying to me, because I'm wondering, why do you need a board? I thought that board is for revenue is supposed to come up with creative ways to raise revenue for the entity governor. Just sitting there at level 4 and waiting for people to come and pay hospital fees is not very creative. And the people of this country have heard stories about how healthcare is supposed to be free. What happens, Governor, when we achieve true universal healthcare? The entire revenue model for Homa Bay will collapse.
You may have noticed that the budget for hospital fees was 1.8 billion. I think that was the original budget, 1.8 billion. Yeah, so maybe, so what's the science around these numbers? Because there needs to be, if you're doing zero-based budget, you don't just wake up and plug in a number, put a number in the air. It must be aligned to certain factors.
Chair, maybe...
Senator Cherargei, then the governor can answer.
I want to agree with Senator Sifuna because, and you know, we have passed Facilities Improvement Act, which now separates the revenue that goes to hospital. And I'm trying to look at the revenue streams of Homa Bay under receiver of revenue. Chair, apart from the revenue that are generated through the hospital, what is, maybe the fiscal analyst can tell us, Chair, what is the revenue potential of Homa Bay? That what is the revenue potential? Of course, as a county of endless potential, what is the revenue? Number two, Chair, these revenue streams looks like they have not been harnessed, and the projection that there has been consistency in trend analysis looks more cosmetic as opposed to real on what is happening in terms of harmonizing. So, Governor, this board seems it, apart from just isolate the issue of revenue that is generated by the hospitals, give us what are the total revenue streams and this inconsistency between the financial years that Mr. Alphonse were as analyzed from financial year 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and I think up to 2023, 2024. So that would settle my mind. And maybe before Governor answers, Chair, with your indulgence, maybe the fiscal analyst, I don't know whether Salat is here.
Salat is here. You can give us
the revenue potential.
OSR potential.
OSR potential.
Homa Bay has really surpassed this revenue potential. The revenue potential for Homa Bay is 1,024,200,000. So they have really surpassed the.
Okay.
So that assessment by the CRA indicators. So maybe on the other part, on the issue of revenue streams, maybe the governor can tell us and whether all the collection of revenue has been digitized, and whether they own the domain and who runs, or do they pay the agency fees in terms of the running and collection of revenue, whether it is automated, Chair, so that but we really want to know other revenue streams, Chair. I yield.
Senator Katai.
Thank you, Chair. I want to end on
the question posed by Senator Sifuna. One would be interested to know now that we have a board in place which is supposed to oversee the administration of the revenue and so forth. So away from the area of the sector, which is coming out very significantly, which is correcting around 841 million, we have some other streams like market dues with very little correction. We have beach fee services, very little correction. So what is the success story about this board?
Okay.
If you delete, if you are not considering area of the sector, I mean, other streams are almost like there's nothing being corrected from those other streams.
Fine. The question, the last one by Senator Cherargei on systems, because it's a substantive audit issue, we can deal with it by referring to the audit report. But maybe just go back to the issues raised by the senators, and maybe we sound cynical because we are not used to success stories within the public finance space. The PBO is telling us that your revenue potential is 1 billion. You have exceeded it. I mean, it is a kind of, we should be congratulating you, but you need to prove to us those numbers. Your revenue potential is 1 billion, but you had a budget of 2.3 billion. That also brings to doubt the projections from the CRA, because if Homa Bay can project 2.3B and they are doing 1.2B, unless those projections exclude hospital fees, because there is a conversation around hospital fees, whether they should be here, and yet you've got facility improvement financing, which should segregate the numbers. But Governor, you may respond. We are happy to listen to a success story.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I thank the senators for their questions. So Senator Sifuna said if we remove the health sector revenues, will our revenue model collapse? So first I'd like to state that when we came to Homa Bay in 2022-23, our revenue, inclusive of the health sector revenue, was 300, was it 200? Yeah, it was 234 million, which means that...
Which financial year is that?
That was 2019-20 or 2021-22, 2021-22. So starting from that point, inclusive of the revenue generated from healthcare, we wanted to see how to consolidate our revenue. The revenue...
Accuracy, just on accuracy, Governor.
Yeah.
I thought the report has been done by Were. Why don't the Governor quote the exact figure, and it is here. This is on receiver of revenue 21-22. This is your receiver of revenue statements for financial year 20, but you have given analysis of 21-22.
How much?
311,995,474. 21-22.
Okay.
And then in 22-23 is 859,454,023. And now in 2023-2024 is 1.2 billion 495,830.
Thank you.
Yeah, but it demonstrates what you're saying.
So I think the point I was trying to make there is that inclusive of the healthcare revenue, the revenue was still performing very, very low. So one of the things we had to do within our facilities is to see also how do we consolidate the revenue, because this revenue goes back to provide healthcare to the people. So so in the first place, our revenue improvement plan had to include our health sector revenue, because we felt there was also something going on there that we could work together to improve. And that is why we moved it from the 311 and to 2022-2023. No, 2022-2023. It was 600 and 859. So Senator Sifuna, even working within what we have, even in terms of healthcare revenue, there has still been significant improvement even in that sector alone. And that improvement reflects then on the level of service within the facilities. Then coming to the other revenue streams, If you look at land rates, for example, actual revenues in 2022-2023 was 5.9 million, and then actual revenues in 2023-24 was 8.3 million. That is for land rates as an example. If you look at single business permits, in 2022-2023, there were 61,770,000. If you look at 2023-2024, we moved from 61 million to 99 million. And in 2024-2025, we are at 101 million. So we have, because of the revenue administration measures, including the board, we have had improvement, not just in the health revenue, but in all our revenue streams because of the order that has been created.
Governor, you might be looking at a different document because mine is 64 million for 2022-2023 for single business permits.
Yeah, the report that I have here is 61 million. What you have is?
22-23
Yeah.
is 64,744,620.
And 23-24?
101. We don't have the 90 that you're speaking
I
of.
think your team should point you to the statement of receipts and disbursements under the receive of revenue statement.
That report.
Because that's a report, that's the basis of the audit report. It bears the numbers that Senator Sifuna is.
And Governor, the reason why I am expressing concern personally, and you see the chair was prodding me to say my other title, I didn't want to say it. But now I have to say it, the SG of ODM, a party that has committed that when we take power, there will be free healthcare. And the people of Homa Bay will not be paying anything at level 4 hospitals. That will take away 70% of your revenue. That's the concern we are raising. Secondly, Governor, address these landing fees. If in my head I get it correctly, are these beach landing fees for fishermen?
This is beach landing.
Yeah, so it is a bit odd that a county that is known for fishing and its beaches is making less from landing fees than veterinary services.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Let me answer the question on healthcare by saying that even the monies that we are raising currently from health, they are not out of pocket expenditure. They are insurance. They are from payments from SHA. They are payments from insurance. Mostly, actually, 95% is payment by insurance to the facilities. So it's not out of pocket. So even when we get to universal health coverage, like we're doing at the moment, these monies continue to come because people don't pay out of pocket, but they're paid, the insurance pays the facilities. NHIF pays, but SHA pays even more now for facilities because the registration is higher. In terms of fish landing, Mr. Chairman, you're a fisherman yourself, and you know that it has been very, very difficult to harness a revenue stream like fish landing because people have been landing over the years for free. So these are streams that we are introducing, and we are working day and night with our beach management units to try and get them to help us to get these fish landing fees. So fish cess and fish landing are streams that have been nearly non-existent, but they are streams that we are harnessing slowly. But you know that with the protests that we had, it has been very, very difficult to introduce, taxes that did not exist well, because people are very, very jittery about paying new monies. But we are discussing constantly. Even when you look at the fish cess, it is some of the things that were very, very low, but we are growing them, and we are growing them slowly. But we have them as streams because we want to grow them. But you can't grow them alone. You can't be at the beaches and everywhere. You have to grow them in partnership with the beach management units. Those processes sometimes do take time. But Chairman, the point I was making is that overall...
Maybe before you lose it, because as you have said, I'm a fisherman. This committee would not be the one to advocate that you put some tax for boats to land on beaches that existed even before Kenya became Kenya. But your receiver of revenue should have pointed you to a stream called beach service fee, which fetched 10.9 million, where there was a growth from 7 to 10.9. So I think the BMUs and assess and assess. So the BMUs are paying something. Let the message not go out that the Senate is asking for enforcement of landing fees for boats. That will be, there'll be an uprising.
You protecting yourself politically or you are
Chair, first of all,
of interest?
Chair, first of all,
Protect indigenous communities.
the governor.
Chairman is more political protection as opposed to.
Chair, I think the governor has, well, in a way, outed you. Now we know that you're a fisherman. That you have interest to protect when it comes to landing fee. But I think the bigger question, Governor, is, Governor,
Yes.
I think the bigger question is, does it concern you and your government that 70% of your own source revenue comes from a single stream? You know, that should concern anyone. Whether or not that means you introduce fees in landing and whatever you're going to do, it must concern anyone that 70% of an entire county's own source revenue comes from one revenue stream.
And are we that sick?
That's the problem.
Chair, on health, so that she can combine both. Apart from being concerned, you have said it's mostly not out of pocket, but you are getting. Chair, I think 3 days ago or for last week we were with the ICT committee in Machakos, and they had a pending bill of 500 million from SHA. So what is the success rate? Because as under the arrangement, the wananchi are not supposed to be charged on outpatient. So you have made comparison between the NHIF and SHA. So how can you paint the picture on how this revenue will grow? Because if you are saying it is more significant after the reimburses from NHIF, there will be a great improvement through the social health authority. So can you paint that? And you know, Chair, we saw, and you know, we are judicially noticed that there were some of your facilities that they were being accused that they do not exist, but they receive remittances from SHA, and I think it became a national concern. So maybe put into us that perspective in terms of reimbursement from the social health authority. But on the issue of whether they are sick, I think you should tell us whether is the facilities within Homa Bay serving only Homa Bay residents, or some of your neighbors from Kisumu and Kisii have immigrated, and therefore that is why you are getting more resources.
Okay, Governor.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think I just wanted to state that the growth in revenue within health is become as a result of tightening a lot of things within the sector, the health sector, and also putting our eyes as a government on the health sector revenues and making sure that we have no leakages there, and that the facilities are facilitated to be able to make their claims and do everything. And we're also registering. We moved our registrations, for example, from 6% to 19% when we were still in NHIF, and now to 49% when we have moved to SHA. So that has been the push. Are we concerned that 70% of our revenue is from health? Yes. We want to diversify our revenue streams. So we have been working, for example, on our land revenues, digitizing of our land records and linking it up to the revenue system. And that also I would like to answer Senator Cherargei, who asked, do we have a digital system? Do we have all our streams onboarded on the digital system? Yes, we have most of our streams onboarded onto the digital system. Land was one of the later ones, but land in the last couple of months, we have also been able to now link up land. So one of the streams that we are putting all our eyes on in this coming financial year, is the land rates revenues, because these are revenues that are there, and if you go after the owners of the land, then they can be able to pay both the arrears that they hold and also the current revenues. That can be able to push. We have pushed a lot our single business permits. As you saw, we have had quite a bit of growth from about 64 to 101 million within one financial year. That's no mean feat. Remembering that Homa Bay is a rural village county, most of the towns are in the rural areas. To try to get SBPs to that extent also took a lot of work, digitization, digital invoicing, so that people are able to pay up for the invoices. I wanted to respond to the question of SHA and the facilities that were said not to have existed, and I think it is very clear that in naming of places, many areas have the same name, and in this case, we had a facility that we are yet to open in Nyandiwa in Kasipul constituency. It is a dispensary. And then we have Nyandiwa Level 4 Hospital, which is in Suba South, which is a facility that has been in existence since the 70s. So apart from the political spin that the issue got, these are two distinct facilities. And recently we received the Health Committee of the National Assembly that came and saw both the facility in Kasipul and the facility in Nyandiwa. And the kind of work that the facilities in Nyandiwa has done, even with their FIF, they were very, very impressed at the improvements that have taken place in the real Nyandiwa. But I think there was a political spin to it. I just wanted to make that clear since Senator Cherargei raised it. So the question of are we that sick does not really arise. I think people get sick and go to facilities, but the reason for increase of revenue is very, very deliberate. Very, very deliberate in terms of getting our revenue collection and administration in order. And Chairman, there was a question you asked earlier about how do we project. And I wanted the chairman of the Revenue Board, who's also a long-standing, retired from KRA after serving there for over 30 years, to maybe just make a short response of how do we project our revenue and how did we result in an over-projection that fell short.
Okay, before that interjection, let's hear from the Vice Chair and Senator Sifuna.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm looking at note 12, and I got interested on this revenue stream on conservancy administration, which increased from 1.2 million to 12 million in 2023-2024. And when I look at page 11 of the statements, that conservancy administration, the major increment was as a result of liquor licensing. That is on page 11, up there, which increased from 350,500 to 10.9 million. What was happening before, Governor? Does it mean that there were no licenses or liquor licensing in 2022-2023? So much so that maybe because of a law or just enforcement, we got this increment from 350 to 10.9 million, just for my curiosity, Chair.
Okay. Senator Sifuna.
Yeah, Chair, first of all, Governor, the SHA itself and the Ministry of Health has admitted that there were ghost facilities that were actually receiving payments. So it is not very fair to say that it was just about politics. The government itself has admitted that there were facilities that were getting payments from SHA that do not exist. There was also a list of facilities that was put out, that was banned. And one of the things the ministry explained is that people are registering names of facilities that are so close to each other. That is how they are facilitating the fraud. So the suspicion of Kenyans really was to seek answers, not to say that it was about politics. But I wanted to understand, ordinarily, just for the perspective of people who are not fishermen, like the chair, how much do you charge for these so-called landing fees? Because I want to understand something, Chair. How much is it?
Okay, as the Governor responds, I think we, on the efficiencies or inefficiencies of SHA, the person who should be sitting there is Aden Duale. Unless, Governor, you want to defend Duale's issues, just deal with your issues in Homa Bay. To avoid a very broad conversation that will take us to an area where you do not have subject matter expertise. I think what Senator Sifuna said is a fact, and it is not only happening in Homa Bay, it's happening across the country. I think for SHA, let's go back to how your numbers will look like with the introduction of SHA. I think that's an important thing for us to understand from Home Affairs.
Chair, you made me forget one other thing. In the disclosures themselves, if you look at note number 8, which covers the hospital fees, Governor, you have attributed the bulk of the money from, in terms of the income for the facilities, to payments from insurance and SHA. Now, you have only disclosed level 4 hospitals. Are you saying these are the only hospitals that are paid by SHA in the county? Do you have any other levels of hospitals? And where is the revenue from those?
And I think what we have seen in that kind of disclosure is that you indicate whatever rebates came from NHIF, whatever rebates came from Linda Mama when it used to be there, and whatever was collected from facilities. In this case, you have not provided that breakdown. So it's very difficult to establish the facts around what you had said. Could you deal with the liquor licensing? I know this committee has processed that matter in the past, but just put it on record. But help us understand, now that SHA has been introduced, because people think that there'll be no payment at the hospital, but then there are certain rebates that are coming. Will those rebates come back to the 800 million that you have been collecting previously? And then we'll allow the chair of your board to tell us about the budgeting process.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of liquor license, you remember, Chairman, our first meeting in KICC, one of the things we were put to task on is whether we had mapped our facilities and whether we were, ready to push an improvement in that particular revenue stream. And we assured you that by the September of that year, we were going to have fully mapped our liquor facilities, and that was going to result in an improvement. So we mapped all our facilities, and we also mapped them to the system. So we have been able to push increase in liquor licensing by mapping all the liquor facilities, and also through the support by the Revenue Board and the reviews, the monthly reviews of what revenues we are receiving. That is what has resulted in that push. And that push is not just in liquor alone. If you look at the revenue streams, you will see that majority of them, just by leadership, monitoring, and efficient revenue management system and digitization, you're able to see much more revenues. Chair, we are not where we want to be in terms of revenue. We have room for improvement, and a lot of it. And we are daily working on that room for improvement. We are daily improving our revenue, and when we come back for 2024-25, you will see that a lot of the streams, again, we have moved further than where we were. In terms of the question of the levels of facilities that are receiving money, in 2023-24, we were on NHIF mostly, and NHIF was mostly giving money to level 4 facilities, with exception of Linda Mama, which was being given to facilities, lower level facilities that were charging. Now, with the SHA, now you have the reimbursement of the primary health care fund that is going to lower level facilities, and that's why we are saying lower level facilities are not expecting any money from the public. That is level 2 and 3, because they are getting the primary health care fund directly from SHA. So moving forward, Chairman, we have seen 2024-25, the revenues have actually gone higher. What has happened is out-of-pocket has reduced. And why has out-of-pocket reduced? It has been because of the, and I'm not speaking about for SHA generally. And the reason I also responded to the issue of Nyandiwa was I was responding to the specific Homa Bay question. And even the politics I was referring to was specific Homa Bay politics, not necessarily national politics in that sense. So what we have seen in 2024-25 is an increase. Why? Because and a reduction of out-of-pocket expenditure, but an increase in the amount of reimbursement. This is because SHA has removed the waiting period. The 2 months that you had to wait, the 60 days that you had to wait in NHIF. So if I arrive at a facility and I need to, spend 10,000, but my SHA for the whole year is 6,000. I will pay SHA for 6,000 and then I will receive treatment. So this has seen more people paying in the SHA, and therefore the amount of money that the hospitals are receiving in reimbursement has grown. And the amount of money people are spending on out-of-pocket has reduced. Not for any reason, just because people can pay immediately and get services. The viability of that, or the question of its sustainability and so on, I think that's what you said is a different question, and is a question to be answered by a different person.
There's a capitation. Is it 9,000 on average? It is
900 shillings.
So what does that mean? Is that what reverts back to the facility?
Yes, that is paid to the facility on the
Per
basis.
visit or annually?
No, is it per quarter? It's per person annually. It's
Per
per person annually.
Annually.
Yeah.
So is that equivalent to the reimbursement that you're talking about?
Primary healthcare fund, yes, for the primary healthcare.
So 900 per person annually means that you need 1 million people to make the 900 million that you're making now.
A lot of the 900 million is based on SHIF. It's the insurance part, where you conduct a surgery, and one surgery will be 70,000, 100,000, even 200,000 sometimes. So a lot of that is in the category of the insurance, not of the primary healthcare fund.
Okay.
That is the level 4 and above.
Senator Wambua?
Chair, now, if this was answered when I was out, then it's okay. I'll get it from the Secretariat. But I'm just wondering, Chair, out of the disclosure, from the disclosure, the entire amount of money that is declared from the health sector as a source of revenue for the county, the entire amount comes from level 4. Is it to say then nothing was received from any other health sector facility? The entire amount to the cent comes from level 4.
It's a good question. It was asked by Senator Sifuna. I think the governor has addressed it. That was Linda Mama from lower facilities. But what the governor has not accepted is that they ought to have broken this down. Receiver of revenue. Receiver of revenue, as a member of the institute, you know what the template requires. You ought to break this down so that we are able to see the components. What comes from out of pocket, what comes from the other insurance funds.
Chair, thanks for bringing that up, because I personally don't believe that people of Homa Bay are not paying out of pocket. Our experience here in Nairobi is totally different. Maybe we need to benchmark. But because there is a ground person here, Chair, allow me to hear from the MCA there. If the Sergeant at Arms can give him the mic, I want to know his experience with his people there in his village. He can tell us his word, whether really people are not paying out of pocket in Homa Bay. Because here in Nairobi, we are still having cases of people going to the facilities and being asked to pay money out of pocket, and it's not a small number. Honorable
Senator Sifuna, you'll allow me to give the directions.
That's why I asked you, but you were busy.
But we'll be careful not to mix what SHA ought to deliver globally versus the responsibility of Homa Bay County. Because I hear you, I feel you. You want to pick a sample, and we have seen there are issues around SHA. There are issues around SHA. And, but it is not for this governor to defend SHA, unless you became the government spokesperson.
No, Chair, you know, when I was speaking, you were a bit distracted. You have framed it for us that we needed a breakdown to see what really is the situation. Because when the county claims that the bulk of this money is actually reimbursements from SHA, and we in our counties are having challenges, we have to interrogate. Maybe there's something we are doing wrong, or there's something that we can learn from Homa Bay.
Was there SHA in this financial year, or this was NHIF?
This was NHIF because SHA started in October, which would now became the financial year 2024-2025.
Correct.
So what we're discussing now is NHIF.
So this is NHIF. So, and maybe the question is the NHIF outstanding reimbursements, whether they were received in full. Because I think that's a national problem. for this particular financial year?
No, Homa Bay is owed over 100 million in NHIF claims that were not fully given to us.
So ideally, this should have been at least 941 million, if the 100 million had
If
come
the
in.
100 million had come in, yes.
Okay, so members, I'm not defensive. I'm just drawing the line that these are numbers relating to NHIF, and SHA will be in this current financial year.
Yeah, there was a discussion that happened prior to this meeting beginning, where we were suggesting that maybe we should let the vice chair chair today's meeting. I am increasingly getting convinced that you need to move to the next chair, because this is your home county and you might have biases that you might not even be aware of yourself. Because we want to learn. We want to learn from what Homa Bay is doing. The rosy picture that has been painted, for us really doesn't make any sense, because we have different experiences in our counties. So when I request the MCA, he's here. Let him tell us his village, the one he represents, is what we are being told the situation that is obtaining on the ground.
That is in order.
And
For the record, my vice chair is also the vice chair of ODM, so that is also not very useful.
Can I chair?
but Chair, I wanted to, Chair.
Okay, order. Let's get back to the issues.
I wanted to be very clear that a big portion of the money that we are receiving is from insurance. People also pay out of pocket. That is also the situation. People also pay out of pocket. But if you compare it to the percentage that we receive from insurance, the percentage from insurance is way higher than what people are paying out of pocket, particularly in the financial year that we are speaking about, which was 2023-2024. But even now, people still pay out of pocket, but the percentage that is paid out of pocket, and this is not because of that the numbers are few. It is because that what people can afford to pay out of pocket is much less than what the insurance will reimburse. For example, if you have 1,000 people paying 1,000 shillings, and you compare it to just one procedure that is going to bring in 100,000, that is why the amount that is being paid from insurance is higher than the amount that is being paid out of pocket. And that is what we explained. And the amount of money that has been consolidated there should be broken down. Because in our financial report every month, it is broken down as level 4 facilities by name. I don't know if we can get just a sample report that we receive at our revenue roundtable so that the senators can see it. It is the level 4 facilities. It is the other facilities, that is level 2 and 3. They are put under one line because there are many. And then it is public health revenue. And then in that report, there is FIF, and then there is what the insurance is going to pay. There is the money that people are paying from their pocket, and then there is money that is paid over.
So, Governor, to help you, going forward, we must demand on that. We must demand for that disclosure. I think that's the reason why this question is arising, because we are used to seeing that breakdown in other county reports. Do you want the MCA to respond first? Or?
Yes, he will, but I just make a comment on what she just said. You know, that which she says would have been given to us, if we had it, well, there will be no question. But you see, we don't have it. What we have is a disclosure of 841, all coming from level 4. We can only engage with that. We cannot engage with what we don't have.
Agreed. Governor, you get the point that disclosure ought to be there. And if it's available, just circulate it. I think it can help to allay some of the fears that we have.
Chairman, we can share a sample of 1 month report as we receive it. We can send it to George.
Send it to George. He can circulate to the members.
The facilities are listed. Then the level 3 facilities are lower level facilities are listed. Then the public health revenue is listed, and then it is broken down, and it is from all facilities.
Okay. The Honorable Wanga, don't make a speech. Just deal with the question raised by Senator Sifuna, even though the governor seems to have touched on it. The question was whether Senator Sifuna just frame it precisely, or Wanga is a politician. He might start singing and making a speech.
It's a yes or no. Are your people being asked to pay anything when they go to hospitals? It's that simple.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Because I've been given a conditional question and you want me to say yes or no, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think the governor, you alluded to it.
Yes.
So some of the things we are hearing in the political platform might not be factual. When you're told that when the hospitali level 1 up to level 4 na usilipe chochote, but kwa ground things could be different. But since this system started in October, I think it is in this forthcoming financial year that we'll be able to get a better view on it. Now, we had said that the chair of the board was to help us to understand the budgeting process, but I want us to deal with a very specific issue on the system first, and then I'll ask the chair to speak after that.
Chair, I have queued for some time.
Oh, sorry, Senator Cherargei.
I think you should not.
Because the system question, you're the one who asked.
Yes.
That's why I wanted
you
to
are
respond.
doing very well. You should not be intimidated since you are presiding over your county. But just avoid a few biases here and there. Chair, I just want to note number 11, higher of county assets. Governor, the higher of stadium, park and open spaces, you in 2023-2024, and I want to assume you came into power towards the end of September 2022-2023 after being sworn in. You raised 1,723,726, but in the previous financial year, you did not raise anything. What is the reason? That is page number 10, because I think there is a park called Senator Moses Kajwang. What is the park in Homa Bay? It's called Weno or Werwa. What was the name? Do you have a park? The MCA, Waka.
No, I think put the question to the governor.
No, apart from governor, when was Raila Odinga Stadium complete and become being used by the public? And then number 2, how many park do you have, as in wildlife park or any other? And these open spaces, what do you mean by open spaces? Does it include the what do we call, the auditorium where people are watching Chan matches? Because in the previous year you collected 0, but in the following year you collected 1.7 million.
Okay.
It is your financials. So what is the challenge?
Dr. Lelegwe, Senator?
Chair, on the same questions on performance, I've noted at note 11, not note 11, but under notes 11 of financial statement says agricultural produce road fee has declined from 24 million to 12 million in 2023-2024 financial year. And fairly, when I look at all your revenue streams, this is clearly an outlier, decreasing your revenue at CES.
Under CES on page 8, that's not 1.
Yes. Page 8 at the top there, and not 1. There's a decline by 50%. And when you look at your other revenue streams, most of them has registered positive growth. What might be the reason why at 2023-2024, there was a 50% decline on the agricultural produce road fees?
Governor, let's deal with these issues very quickly so that we move to the other issues.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in terms of the stadia, and I think Cherargei has left, but I'll just answer
just respond for the record.
The Raila Odinga Stadium was opened in July 2023, 1st July 2023, which means that the year 2022-23, it was not in operation. And when we opened it, then we got some teams that were now playing, like Shabana, that gave us the revenue that we raised from the stadium. The other open spaces are like the Governor's Park, and now we have an arboretum and also the amphitheater at the lakefront. We will be able to collect some revenues there for weddings and other things, just activities and events, but not for individual persons using the facilities. In terms of the agricultural produce road fee, a lot of the...
I think the question by Cherargei was in the 2022-2023, there is zero collection.
Can you see that, Governor? That is note number 11, page 10 on your ROR.
But there were other stadiums.
There was no
Like
stadium. The stadium was not complete.
There was no park, there was nothing.
There was no park, animal park, you don't have?
No,
Even snack park?
animal is different, Chair, Senator Cherargei. The Ruma National Park is the game park that we have, but we do not receive any revenues from it because it's a national park, not a game reserve. So the revenues go directly to Kenya Wildlife Service.
So there was no stadium, there was no park, there was no open spaces?
That is how much work we have done in the time we have been in office.
Okay, Governor, let's proceed a bit faster. The agricultural produce road fee.
Here, Ndiwa Sukari, which is the main producer of cess, was closed for a while for repairs, and therefore we lost quite a bit of cess in between. And we also had Kibos that was taking sugarcane from Homa Bay to Kisumu, and they also left during that time. So that is the reason that we had the decline in the agricultural monies. Thank you.
Honorable members, I want to request that we look at the systems environment, wrap this up, and then go to the issues in the main executive report. Auditor General, you had an observation on systems environment, and I think you had indicated that there's something that has not been resolved. Very quickly, can you read your finding? As the Auditor General takes us to anomalies in the revenue collection and management system, the issues raised and evaluation role, we'll take note of the responses. This is a matter that should be kept in view because we have looked at the detailed response. So it's something that the auditor will report on in the subsequent audit. But let's deal with anomalies in the revenue collection and management system.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Anomalies in the revenue collection and the management system. The county government of Homa Bay procured a craft biller system for revenue collection and management from the local vendor through a contract signed on 26th May 2023. However, audit of the system conducted in October 2024 revealed the following anomalies. 1. Error handling had not been hardened. Overly informative errors messages were revealed to users. An attempt to generate receipts returned on error messages with SQL code and revealed that the details of the database and the database management system used by the system. The information revealed that makes the systems an indication that the system vulnerability to attack malicious users and hackers.
Could I guide that you go straight to paragraph 7 because that is where the outstanding matter is.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for guidance. Paragraph 7, that's page 6 of the financial statements. A review of the contract between the county government of Homa Bay and the vendor revealed that the contract did not specify the contract period and did not provide for the payments of 5% commission on revenue collected, which is paid to the contractor every month. In addition, the contract price was Kenya shilling 28,289,179, including the VAT, with the payment structured in 3 phases: 30% upon submission of the draft report, 40% upon submission of the unacceptable draft report, and 30% upon submission and approval of the final report. Although no reports were provided for audit verification on the phases of the development of the project, the vendor sent a letter reminding the county government to pay an outstanding invoices, warning that the delay could lead to a service disruption as they will shut down the systems on April 12, 2024. Yeah, in the circumstances, the security, integrity, reliability of the revenue collection and the management system and the value for money of the payments made to the vendor could not be confirmed.
Okay, Governor, your response, there are 7 paragraphs there, which we had looked at your response, but if you could narrow down on the paragraph where you are responding to 7, the issue of the 5% commission on revenue collected, which was not supported by the contract. I think that's the outstanding issue in that entire audit finding.
Thank you, Chairman. The management would like to state that the contract of automation of revenue collection and management system provides for payment of commission of 5% of revenue collected as indicated in the Appendix C of the contract. The addendum to the contract provides for a contract duration of 5 years that is renewable, subject to performance review, as set out in the service level agreement. The Appendix 6J, contract on automation of revenue collection and management system, and Appendix 6K, addendum to the contract.
I'm not sure, Chair, if I'm following where the governor is reading.
Page 9 of 10.
Response, this one.
Page 9 of 10.
Page 9, yes.
Yeah. Number 7.
The
Also
appendices
guidance on
are the red
annex,
one.
yeah.
The red one. I think it's here.
The annex, yeah.
7-1.
So, Chairman, the annexures are 6J and 6K.
So 6J has the contract on automation of revenue collection and management system and addendum to contract agreement. When was the addendum signed, Governor?
I want to ask the attorney to please respond to that.
Thank you very much, Chair. The addendum is one that appears at 6K, and that was done on the 3rd of July, 2023. Should be the last document on the bigger bundle, file 1 out of 1, appendix 1 to 6K. Chair, is the last document.
If this was available as at 3rd of July 2023, why was it not provided to the Auditor General? Because this is an observation that was in the management letter, was in the draft certificate, and was in the final certificate. Why should this Senate believe that this addendum was not backdated or initiated just to close an audit finding? Governor?
Chairman, the 5% charge is on the contract.
Which page?
The last page of the contract. It's highlighted there.
In the addendum or
No.
in the main contract?
In the main contract. Which is 6J.
The last pages are ineligible. You can't
But
read them.
I think there's a section that is highlighted, Chair.
You know, Governor, this would be very simple. The auditor raised this and it found its way all the way to the Senate.
Where a person that I know personally and have a lot of respect for, I do not doubt his ability as a lawyer. In fact, for full disclosure, the party that I ran before he joined the county government of. So I am sure he knows that there are terms that go to the root of a contract, and there would be no excuse for those terms to be left out of the main contract and then subsumed in an addendum. That doesn't make sense to me. Governor, you have said there's a reference to the 5% in the main contract. I'm still struggling. I don't know if my colleagues have
the documents are likely unclear.
Could you look at the last page of the contract where there is a table?
There's a long table that goes all the way to licenses and permits, disputes.
The very last page, Chairman.
We are there.
I don't know whether members have a better copy, but this is a version I have.
Chair, that is why I wanted to move that this document be struck out, because it's not readable.
They are not legible.
They are not legible. And Chair, from what we know from Oba Bay, it doesn't come out very well, Chair, because nothing is readable, and the county attorney is here. If we cannot read, Governor, how can we assist in interrogating? How are we supposed to read this? Maybe Sifuna can read if he has a better eye.
Chair, can I just guide?
Yes.
You see, you go to the addendum to contract, and you see, because we are all grown-ups here, we can agree when mistakes have been made and corrected. If you go to the addendum, which is 6K, Honorable Chair, 6K, the addendum to contract agreement has recitals. Those recitals, I believe, are laying a historical foundation for the addendum. And it acknowledges that at the time of execution of the contract agreement, the parties were yet to agree on the contract period. This is 6K.
The second last
Page
whereas.
2 on 1, 2, 3, 4, paragraph that appears at number 5 there, paragraph 5. Not the ones, the whereas, the recitals. Yeah. It says, at the time of execution of the contract agreement, the parties were yet to agree on the contract period and therefore did not provide, therefore, in the special conditions of contract.
Yes.
You are acknowledging that such a fundamental issue as the time of or the contract duration was not agreed upon. And then you go to say that this addendum is necessitating the provisions that follow there, including the contract period and the other terms there. So you can say it was an oversight in the initial contract, or it had not been agreed as your document itself is saying.
Chair,
addition,
the point
maybe
I was
Governor-
making, Chair, was that the 5% commission was part of the original contract. What was not contained, what is contained in the addendum is the period of the contract.
But Governor, we can't see it.
Okay.
Chairman, can I be allowed to provide this clear
Maybe you have
copy
a
of the
clearer
contract?
copy.
You see,
But what do we do
the challenge
with
is this,
this?
Governor.
We are not
This
reading-
auditor was in Homa Bay
Yes.
and asked that question and captured it in the management letter and captured it in the draft certificate. It was not responded to. What is
There is nothing.
what is a justification that today in Nairobi it is being responded to and yet it wasn't done during that audit period? And I think that's why part of our recommendation was administrative action on the officers who failed to provide the documentation on time in the event that the documentation existed. Was there any administrative action taken?
Chair, and in addition, to be fair to us as your members, we are not reading anything. So even if the governor refers until cows come home on the aspects of the contract, we can't read. And a number of us are legal experts, Chair, and we really wanted to get into the substratum of the issue. So how will we assist the Chair to be fair?
Yeah, Chair, finally,
yes.
for the benefit of the people of Homa Bay, I think the most critical thing is the cost that the people of Homa Bay are incurring. Governor, I cannot believe personally that such an important matter would not be contained in the document itself in a more prominent manner. Because anything, even if you are buying mandazi, the first thing you ask is how much is this thing? And the contract has to provide for it. So it is unbelievable. And as I said, I have a lot of respect for your county attorney. If mistakes were made, we can just own up and say there were mistakes.
Like, Chair, this is more than a mistake, eh? Because are you through the Chair, Governor, are you saying that the 5% is provided for on the last page of?
Yes, the 5% is provided for on this contract where it says summary of costs. And Chairman, if you allow me, I would like to table a clear, I would like to apologize for the document not being clear, and I would like to table, Chairman, if you agree for your purpose, a clearer version of the contract document.
It's
9 copies, so that
it's,
through the Chair is enough.
sometimes you are constrained to take new evidence at this point,
Yes.
but because you are quasi-judicial, maybe first table it to the clerk and then we'll take a view. But you see the
But
point.
does it mean we don't interrogate that aspect? Because now
No,
we are not saying-
we definitely would, because in line with Senator Sifuna's query, the first page of the contract agreement talks about the 28 million.
Correct.
So the curiosity is why the 5% was captured in an appendix on the last page of the contract. You see, that's a reason for curiosity.
Yes.
That this could have been an afterthought or this could have been an insertion to an original contract that wasn't there. And that is why the Auditor General asked that question, and it was not answered when the Auditor General was in Homa Bay.
Chairman, I want to say that, and this is under oath in the House here, that if the figure had not been part of the main contract, it would not be in anybody's interest to insert it and then say it is part of the original contract. So it was there, Chairman, but the reason it wasn't provided, I want to agree with the committee that the document should have been provided to the auditors in full, including the addendum, so that we did not have to raise this issue here. And Chairman, I want to assure you that whoever did not provide the document, we will take administrative action against them.
Governor, unfortunately, we have taken your copy of the document.
Yes.
And the beauty with this agreement is that it is signed on every page. Governor, if you look at the signatures on the previous page and the ones on this last page that you are now providing, they don't look the same. They have been signed by different people, and yet the people who have signed from the beginning are consistent. What is the explanation there? Just look at the previous page, Appendix B. The document, the page you are looking at is the Appendix C, Summary of Costs. Just flip one page back to Appendix B and look at the signatures down there.
Go back as many pages as you want.
There is one distinct signature on Appendix C that is not on the other pages.
Yes.
This one that looks like a millipede.
I can see you're still traumatized from the BBI days. Yes.
No, that was Okoa Kenya.
Okoa Kenya.
Yeah. Governor, would you quickly respond to that? I think it's a valid observation.
I want to ask the attorney to respond to that.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to make reference to the document that is annexed at 6J, which is the Contract on Automation of Revenue Collection and Management System. So, Chair, if you go to that document on page 2, you will see what constitutes the contract. And from the word go, you will see that at part C, whereas the amount of the contract is stated there at part C. But it goes ahead at paragraph 1, now therefore, that the following documents attached here shall be deemed to form an integral part of this contract. So it lists them, and it goes to number C, the appendices. Now on the appendices, number 1 is terms of reference, number 2 is the key experts, and appendix C is reimbursable cost estimates. So appendix A, B, and C constitute part of this contract. Now, what Her Excellency is referring to, and where there is a 5%, is appendix C. Now, if you go to the second last page of that document, it lists now the appendices. Number B is the key experts, then the last page is the breakdown of contract prices. Now, it lists the amount of money, and at paragraph 3, maybe it is just because it's not clear, it says the transaction fee, and on the right side of the column, it says 5%. So these appendices were part of the original contract. So that there is no confusion, Chair, the last document, the one that is dated 3rd of July, the appendix, the addendum to contract, the addendum to contract is specific to the term.
Chair, if you look at
You know we are with you on the same page.
We are with
you
yes,
on that.
yes.
The observation is Appendix C.
Yes.
And Appendix B has got different signatories. Maybe that's what you need to
Chairman,
address yourself to.
can the signatory himself address himself to that, who's the Chief Officer Finance?
And it would also have been very useful for Appendix D and E to be availed so that we know whether they've also been signed, because they form part of the contract, as Attorney Orego has said.
I think just before the expert, what was the term?
The signatory.
The signatory.
Receiver of revenue.
Governor, just allow me to help you. This is a legal question, and I think you should allow your county attorney to explain to the Senate how it is possible, because all these documents he has run through are one contract. It is not possible for sections of the contract to be signed by Wambua, then Cherargei signs C, and then Sifuna signs B. I want him to first say that himself as a professional, whether it is possible for individuals to pop in and out of contracts when they have not been part of the entire thing.
Chairman, I wanted that to be addressed by the signatory to the contract, if you allow me.
Very well.
So that if there's any legal question, the attorney, there's an explanation that he has given me, but I want him to just give it to the Senate.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair and the committee. My name is Alphonse Wera, Chief Officer Finance and the Receiver of Revenue. That is my signature, and I gave the one which is...
on the new document or the new one?
The new signature.
The one that Senator described. It's not new. If we start from the first page of the contract...
No.
Chair?
Where is it on Appendix B?
I'll refer to where it is.
Where is it on Appendix B?
Appendix, all the appendices, I have done an initial, I've initialized all the appendices, but because that page contains the figure of 28 million, I gave my full signature, which I have also done up. If you go to the fourth page of the same contract, you'll see the same full signature signed on the page where all the officials of the county have signed. That is the fourth page of that contract.
So you put your full signature only where money...
Where there is money in the appendices, I put my full signature, the same signature that is in page 4.
What about page 1 where 28 million is mentioned?
Sorry?
The first page of the contract agreement, where there is 21 million mentioned. 28.289 million.
Chair, that table has a breakdown of all the costs. That is why I put in my full signature.
Honorable members, does that make sense?
Can I ask, the other pages you're saying you also initialed?
No, all the other pages have initials on the left-hand side.
So these initials, which one, KB, is yours?
No, the one that is a cycle.
Okay. So I still see it on that last page.
Yes,
so you're saying you initialed and signed in
yes, I initialed and signed my full signature. And if you go to page 4, where the officials of the county have signed, the Director of Procurement, Chief Officer, and the others have also signed that page with the same signature. So it was there at the signing of this document. I can confirm that.
So what's the explanation again? Why are you signing the final page and you're not signing on the other page? What's the explanation?
I've signed the page where I'm supposed to formally sign, that is page 4, and then I have singled out this specific page because it has got a breakdown of costs.
So, receiver of revenue, when you saw this query from the Auditor General, and you are saying that you put your full signature on it, why didn't you address it and close it at that point in time? Why has it come to the Senate? Why are we discussing it? If that addendum was available, and it was your signature, and it is your report, you are the receiver of revenue.
Chair, to answer to that, the addendum, I think we are looking at the main contract, and because...
Sorry, appendix, the appendix. Let's refer to the appendix.
Yeah, the appendix of the main contract, it's not advisable to have a claim and a counterclaim, but that figure...
Receiver of revenue.
Yeah.
You say that you signed this appendix C.
Yes, I did.
That has a 5%.
Yes, I did.
Did you see this observation by the Auditor General in the draft certificate?
Yes, Chair, I saw.
Why didn't you address it at that point in time?
We did address and responded to it, Chair.
So how did it end up in the Senate and in the public domain? Because the auditor was not satisfied. Perhaps for the reasons that the committee is presenting now. So, honourable members,
Chair,
we
perhaps you need
forward.
perhaps you need to provide context for why members grow suspicious of such presentation before the Senate. There has been a case of a county entity that came here with receipts. You remember, Chair?
Yes.
And from just a casual observation, you could tell that these documents had just been manufactured to answer or respond to the audit query. And that's why the chair is saying these auditors, because again, I repeat, I'm also audited. Governor, you know, I'm also an accounting officer. There is no way the auditor can ask the Honorable Kawino to produce a document, then he refuses to produce, and then he shows up with the document at the Senate. So, Auditor General, do you go through the same process you go with me? At the party of mine is more robust because we sit down with you, you do management letters, there are exit meetings. Why can't you have these issues cleared during the point of audit?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, the audit process is the same, from the entry meeting, the exit meeting, raising an ML, raising a draft. And again, maybe the issue is if there are contracts that have been provided, and that's why the audit has really picked the issue, if there are annexes supporting that contract, and probably you have just provided the face value of the contract, this some information is really missing. So at the point of maybe the ML issuance, or even at the exit meeting, if there are annexes, or maybe even the addendum, that post the changes of some of the contract terms, then at that point could be provided for us to address the issue.
Senator Cherargei, and then ROR, you'll tell us, this 5%, let's put it in context. How much money is it annually, so that we know what we are dealing with? Senator Cherargei.
Yeah, I can see one of the residents of Homa Bay is calling me. I don't know why. Chair, maybe I've known the mischief. I've known the mischief why the governor has provided not readable contract, because when you look at page 103, Governor, this is in J. This is 6J. I think page of 3 I have struggled, Chair. Governor, I need clarity. And of course, you have said you will take administrative action for somebody who prepared this documentation. Why were you paying in pounds professional liability insurance with a minimum coverage of any occurrence which is £500,000 on and any period of insurance to £1 million? And then in number 38.1, the contract price was 28,289,179 inclusive of the VAT. Why were you using two currencies? One, you are using pounds, unless maybe the governor will tell us whether this company is local, or is it a UK-based company, or is it domain is here in Kenya? Because if the contract sum was 28 million, then professional liability insurance with a minimum coverage of that is between 500,000 to 1 million pounds. Why was the inconsistency? What was the wisdom in the drafting of, and we have had the stories of the signatory, which does not look believable, Chair. What was this inconsistency? And by the way, Governor, can you provide us who are the people who signed, apart from one signatory, who signed and negotiated this contract? Because there is a process of contract, and why the difference between pounds and shillings? This is very unique, Chair.
Governor? And this is a problem of not providing documentation at the time of audit, because once it comes to the Senate, it's in the public domain, and we have all the rights to ask questions.
Chairman, I think we have, on the issue of the signature, I think it has been answered to the best of our knowledge.
Not necessarily to the satisfaction of the committee.
To the best of our knowledge, by the person who signed the contract. And Chairman, for the contract to be executed, you have to pay the service provider this amount. And Alphonse will be responding to what kind of amount it is. And even just looking at it practically, for the service provider to sign a contract without us, indicating what kind of percentage we will be paying them, also, would not make sense even to the provider themselves. And that is why I want to, submit that this part of the amount or the percentage of money was part of that original contract. And I do this, Chairman, in good faith and under oath. I want to ask the attorney to respond to the figures that have been provided, the provisional liability figures that have been provided in pounds.
Thank you very much, Chair. In respect of paragraph 24.1, the insurance coverage against the risk shall be as follows. So it's the professional liability insurance with a minimum coverage of any occurrence at $500,000 and any one period of insurance at $1 million.
In dollars or pounds?
It's actually in dollars.
It's in dollars.
It's actually $1 million.
And we are struggling, Wakili, with all what you have brought before us. They are not legible. And we are not superhuman.
The figure is $500,000, and in one period a maximum of $1 million. Those are the figures. These are the terms. Ordinarily, these are provided for by insurance companies. So that in terms of exposure, that is what they usually provide for.
I agree with the principle, but,
Yes.
but what was the wisdom in having in different... you are bringing us to IPP. You remember the story of independent power producers, and you are in parliament, where Kenyans were questioning, why are you buying power through IPP agreements in dollars? So that is my only concern. And she was the chair of finance and in the last session.
Because in that case, AG, what you have done, you have really fully taken care of the insurer.
Yes.
But you have exposed.
And the changes in terms of currency will keep changing every minute, even if you go to the next year.
And I should believe that if you are worried about the currency, this actually protects the county more, because the dollar ideally will be more stable than the shilling, looking at past rates. So in terms of cover,
the shilling has been stable at 120, 130 for the last
but the point is noted. When we're doing our next set, I think we'll put in shillings. But the problem usually with these documents is that sometimes you find that there's standard documents that are used from PPOA. But the point, I think, is well taken. But the intention was to prevent and protect the county government from losses.
Were you there when this contract was negotiated and executed?
No, I did the addendum.
Then there is an inconsistency that governor said, so you are not there. There was another county attorney.
Yes, at the time I wasn't there.
But if you are not there, why did you say in addendum that that Senator Sifuna had pointed out, your indulgence chair?
Yes.
And were areas at the time of execution of the contract agreement, the parties were yet to agree on the contract period and therefore did not provide therefore in special conditions. So had you been aware of the original contract?
Actually, through the chair, if you look at the contract at 14.1, it provides that the contract period will be agreed upon. Now, when the contract was signed at the time, that was not done. So you will see that in the addendum, that now that is executed by me because now I had joined in July of 2023. It now provides for what should have been put in 14.1 under the special conditions. So we are provided now for the period of the contract. That is actually the basis of the addendum.
In 24.1, it says...
14.1.
I'm talking about 24.1 on the insurance cover.
Yes.
It says at any one period of insurance. So what did that mean?
Yes, so because
2028?
Yeah, no, because this is a multiple year contract every financial year. So because you take a cover each and every year for the that's what it refers to.
So why did you indicate that it's 12 months or you use the financial year?
It's one financial year. Every insurance
But you
premium.
have said one period, and the interpretation of one period and one financial year are 2 worlds apart to a killing.
It's one insurance period.
Can you take an oath? Because now, Chair, the wakil is trying to be clever by half.
I think we'll take a view. There's been, I think there's some inconsistencies that as a committee we must apply our minds to. And this is a self-inflicted problem, Governor, because you didn't need to come with these contracts to the Senate if you would have provided them to the Auditor General. And it is inviting more questions, which puts a lot of doubt on the contractual agreement here. To allow Senator Cherargei to close, and then we quantify what this 5% is. I mean, how much has it been on an annual basis?
In this arrangement of automation of all source revenue in Homa Bay, I'm not comfortable. It looks like the people of Homa Bay have been ripped off. So I request that we step down this question, we assess as the committee to see if there was value in terms of this use of this system and this contract. Because we need even to invite the company. Because in the observation of the OAG, there was supposed to be interruption of services at some point. So we need to know what was, we have seen the agreement, not legible, but we need to study this contract. Because to me, there is a lot of inconsistency between the original contract and the addendum. And the fact that there is difference in currency, there is the issue of agency fees, or is it commission fee of 5%? Can we look as a committee internally on the inconsistencies of this contract to ensure there is a benefit to the people of
I think you are giving a way forward, which we can give once we have heard. How much is this 5% that you've been paying? How much is it? Because we don't have a picture on how many streams run through this system and how much you are collecting annually through this system, so that we contextualize the size of the problem. Did you get my question? How much are you collecting through the system annually?
Yes, Chair. We have, I can talk about an average of about 2 million.
Only 2 million goes through the system?
No, I'm saying that this 5%, because we collect...
No, start with what you collect.
We collect depending on the month, we collect between 16 million to 34 million.
So annually?
That is off medical income. FIF, the bigger portion of our income is not part of what is considered because it is not being collected using this system. So we are other income outside the public health and medical service income, which ranges between 16 million to around 36 or so million. And in a month where we are collecting the SBP, that is a single business permit, it can go up to 16 million. So averagely it's around 2 million over the regular period of collection. That is per month.
CEO, you are giving too much information, which is going to land you into problems.
Chairman,
just tell us, in a year, Chairman, how much passes through the system?
Yeah.
Is this 5% monthly or this is annual?
It's monthly.
It is monthly.
Chairman, it is 5% on the monies that we raise. So what CEO needs to do is just to work out how much money passes through the system,
yes,
and what is 5% of it. So I think that is what he needs to, just give him a few minutes, Chairman, your indulgence, to work out that amount, and then just give the figure. But Chairman, I wanted to say from what Senator Cherargei said, that to say that the people of Homa Bay are being ripped off from this system, I feel, Chairman, is inflammatory in the sense that nothing on the issues we are discussing have spoken to ripping off of the people of Homa Bay.
No, I think, Governor, that was his opinion. As a chair, I will give the way forward.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, let's just allow him to also hold an opinion.
Chair, the Governor, before Senator...
No, you have stated your opinion. There is no need to...
No, it's not about opinion. It's about facts.
Yes. So you are on record.
Chair, if we wanted an opinion, we could do a literature class. But facts are stubborn. They are provided.
You have made the point. Yes. Allow Senator Wambua to also make his point.
We've been in this committee for a while now, and I hardly ever agree with Senator Cherargei on a lot of issues. But on this matter, I think I want to propose, Chair, and I know you're going to give that way forward, we step down this interrogation on this contract. Because, Chair, if you realize, it's like we are carrying out the audit here. We are doing the audit here. They are calculating the figures here. They are taking us through the signatures here. Chair, this should not be happening here. The documents that we have, it's very difficult for us to engage on the basis of the documents that we have. They are hardly legible. So, Chair, I would propose that we step this down and engage on this at a later date thoroughly. As to whether there are reports or not, Cherargei is only accountable to his own statements. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, he has a right to express himself, whether it's facts or opinion. ROR, you have the number, or we can proceed and we come back to this later? Well, if you are struggling, then what we'll do, this is a matter that will then, there are two elements to it. Keeping it in view.
He has a figure.
Okay, proceed.
For the financial year, we are looking at that is 17,962,251.
That was 23-24 for that financial year?
Yeah.
That's the 5%.
That's the 5%.
Which, if this committee was to reach the conclusion that it was not lawfully levied, then that would be the figure we are citing or referring to the EACC.
That is the calculated figure.
Okay, honourable members, let's. I've had two requests that we stand down this particular matter. We will consult with the Auditor General on this, and perhaps internally, so that we consider which direction we are giving this, because we started with the documents that were not legible. We started with an auditor who had been in the county for several months and was not provided with these documents. So I will agree with Senator Wambua and Senator Cherargei to the extent that we give this matter further consideration. Now, there are a few other issues in the ROR where we will take the written responses. I think a substantive matter was on the valuation role. We have taken note of your response, particularly the legislative changes at the national level that have posed a challenge to county governments. I think it's also a matter that we shall keep in view. I want to, for purposes of time, request that we go to the report on the executive. The Auditor General has already flagged those issues that are still outstanding. And on the report of the executive, we will start with pending accounts payable. Auditor, pending accounts payable.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Pending accounts payable, note 19.1, and other important disclosure and Annex 3 to the financial statements reflect the pending accounts payable totaling to Kenya shilling 955,548,525 in respect to the accounts payable brought forward through the year 2022-2023. During the year under review, pending bills to the county executive incurred pending bills of Kenya shilling 1,098,638,645, bringing a total pending bill for Kenya shilling 2,054,177,170, out of which the management settled an amount of 61.9 million, leaving a balance of 1.1 billion. This is indicative of the county government failure to settle the pending bills as first charge to the budget, contrary to the requirement of the Regulation 41 of the County Public Finance Management Act, County Government Regulation 2015.
Now, as I said earlier, the Senate made certain recommendations, and the recommendation on pending bills was generic across the 47 counties because there was a motion that the House adopted that would guide counties in treatment of pending bills. So you might find that our recommendation was fairly generic because it applied to all the 47 counties. It is a very lengthy recommendation, so we don't need to read it verbatim. Let me just ask the governor to respond on the action taken.
Thank you, Chairman. Homa Bay County has undertaken significant measures to address pending bills and has established an active payment plan in collaboration with the Office of the Controller of Budget, which prioritizes pending bills as a first charge on available resources. The pending bills for financial year 2023-2024 were not fully settled due to limited fiscal space during the period. However, under the payment plan for financial year 24-25, the county has disbursed a total of 620,478,914 between July 2024 and June 2025. The county government remains committed to settling the outstanding balance of 571,788,903 in accordance with the approved payment plan outlined below. First quarter 2025-2026, 38,986,223. Second quarter 25-26, 135,600,200. Third quarter 2025-2026, 147,256,324. And in the fourth quarter, 101,256,300. And in financial year 2026-2027, 148,689,846. We have appendices there. 5A, pending bills. 5B, outstanding bills of 571,788,903. And 5C, pending bills paid of 620,478,914. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, in your appendices, is there any that does an aging analysis of the outstanding bills?
The month and year in which they were incurred is showed on the first column.
Where do we get that? Is that which appendix? So 5B or
5A, the first column. 5B has an aging analysis. 1 to 2 years, 2 to 3 years, and over 3 years. 5C.
So 5A is a payment plan.
That is a list of pending bills.
5A. But the header there is pending bills payment plan.
Yeah.
So it's a payment plan.
It's a payment plan. It's a list and a plan.
Then 5B is what is outstanding after paying what is in 5A.
Yes, 571,788.
Okay. So of this outstanding pending bill list, just want to see the aging. Is there a way of telling the age of whatever remains of the 571 million?
Yes.
Or there's a date of the LPO, LSO contract number.
There is a summary on the first page that shows those that are under 1 year, 1 to 2 years, 2 to 3 years, and over 3 years.
So in your outstanding pending bills of 571 million, only 1% is over 3 years.
7.8 million.
That's 1%.
Those are the eligible bills, not the ones that are claimed. The ones that are claimed are many, but the ones that were tasked as eligible.
So you have another list of ineligible pending bills.
There is ineligible pending bills, yes, under the report that we received from the task force that we put together. This has been availed to the contractors.
So why are we, if they are ineligible through your processes, why are they still in our books?
They are not in our books, no. It is a separate list. I'm just mentioning this because of you mentioned earlier about the pressure and the petitions that you had received. That's why I was mentioning that.
So is the pressure coming from those on the ineligible list or the ones on the eligible list?
Both. Both. There are those who feel strongly that they submitted bills, but they know they have been informed that they are ineligible. So both groups continue to put pressure.
If you as head of a government, using whatever systems, you have gone through this process and said that X is a list of ineligible bills, which other institution can change that position?
The vetting process ended there.
So, because, you know, these things must be brought to a close. If it is ineligible through your processes, and maybe you need to describe what that process was, because you cannot carry ineligible bills and have them hanging in the air for 3-4 years. In this financial year, Auditor General, we have moved to accrual from cash basis, and therefore pending bills will be treated in a different manner. Do we expect the County of Homa Bay to carry the ineligible bills in the balance sheet?
Maybe share this requires some guidance, because if they have confirmed and it hasn't been indicated that it's ineligible, and probably even the contractor has not provided the required, there's a process they have gone through in terms of even confirming the work they have done, or maybe even the documentations. So that brings the issue of the separations, because how do you bring them as payable if probably the documentation itself is also missing? Or maybe the vetting process has confirmed that the work has not also been done, because it's a process that has been done by the management.
Yeah, so
Chair, can I say something about these pending bills before Senator Wambu? I thought this matter had been canvassed at Kitale High Court, that the people who should only verify, and I wish the governor was listening, and it's good the county attorney is here. I don't know whether, Governor, you are aware when Governor of Trans Nzoia tried to form a verification pending bills committee, the courts ruled that in Kitale High Court that it is only the OAG was the verification of pending bills. So my question would be, during that time when you formed a task force, did you form a task force before that decision came into play? And now that you have indicated the eligible and eligible pending bills, how many in that task force report, if you could be kind enough to provide us a copy, and tell this committee which are eligible pending bills and eligible pending bills, and whether the OAG was involved in the task force report in terms of verification of the pending bills. And I would like to know whether your county attorney did advise you on the implications of that decision. Because I think the OAG, Muriuki, you still maintain that you are the only constitutional recognized body that you can only verify. So on this account payables, through the chair, on these accountable payables on pending bills, were you capturing what you from the raw data that were provided through financial statements that the entity provided, or what was the essence? That because the governor now is saying there is a report they did and they were paying as per that report, yet in the OAG report, where is the nexus? Maybe the OAG can go first and then the governor through the chair.
Okay. Yeah, so let's understand the process and then confirm whether it's in line with the court ruling in Kitale. So, but that should be described by the governor, isn't it?
Whether the OAG participated in the entire process.
In the verification.
Yeah.
OAG?
Sure, we didn't participate through the vetting of those pending bills, especially for the contractors.
Okay. Governor, what was the process that you instituted?
Yeah. Chair, we, as many counties did, we did institute a task force, which I appointed and gazetted, that made a public call in the newspapers for anybody who had pending bills to submit. The committee was made out of senior auditors and other very senior professionals. All the contractors submitted their bills, the ones that, and you are told to submit bills and documents, which they did. The audit committee then looked through the documents. They also took the documents from the county that were there. They looked through all of them. They went round the projects. If you say you did a road or a toilet or whatever it is, they went round and checked all those projects. And I think they were able to go around to about 85% of the projects. Then they did a report, which was made public to the contractors. And then there was an appeal window that was also given for contractors who felt that their contracts were ineligible. This was done together with our internal audit department. And I wanted the attorney to speak to the issue of the case, because I remember when we were back here in the Senate when the issue of the case came up, but we had already concluded our processes by then. But attorney, please intervene on the case and how it affected our process.
Before attorney comes on board, so what was the number that was deemed to be ineligible before attorney talks to the process?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I want the team to get it from the report.
Okay, then the attorney can proceed as they verify that.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to point out that this task force was appointed way back. It must have been in late 2022, just immediately after Excellency took over office. That was way before the decision on Kitale was handed down. Chair, even after the decision in Kitale was handed down, Chair, when we were here before you last year, I think, we had a debate on this matter as well. And Chair, you remember the direction was that, yes, what the court in Kitale said was that the issue of verification as to the viability of bills lies with the audit process. Now, at the time, what the court said is that that has to be done by the external auditor or the internal auditor. Now, our process, and in fact, by the time, the reason why we are delayed in implementing that process at the time was that we were of the view that perhaps now our internal auditor needs to now take it to the OAG. But we got the advisory from here that we could be able to complete that process based on the report that was done by our internal audit department, Chair. That was the process that we went through from a legal point of view, interpreting the decision in Kitale.
So, do you have the figure for what was ineligible?
Yes, Chairman. What was ineligible was 1,094,796. 1,094,796.
So, from where you sit as a CEO, because I think we are in agreement that there is no other institution or body that is better suited to determine what is eligible and what is ineligible at the county level, beside the governor, with the oversight of the Office of the Auditor General. So why are we still having this conversation over the 1 billion if your processes have established that they are not valid claims?
We have made it very clear. We have made the report public. So those who continue to, this I just mentioned in the context of some of the people who may still be claiming to be having pending bills, yet they know very well that when they go through the report is voluminous and public. Everybody who submitted their claim is in that report. And the reason for ineligibility is also given. So we are not entertaining any ineligible costs. I only mentioned it in the context of some people who are still agitating, but on the basis of ineligible bills. But according to us as a government, the bills that we have are the ones that were declared eligible by the committee and our internal audit processes, as was guided by this committee. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Vice Chair.
Yeah, Chair, my question would be to the governor on the challenges of not paying these pending bills. The list that is provided here is a list of eligible pending bills. I'm looking at the list, Chair, and I'm looking at some very small figures dating back in 2023. Like there are some small mechanics who run garages, like it's not paginated, but it is in...
Is it in the payment plan or in the outstanding?
In 5B.
5B, outstanding list.
Yes, in the outstanding list. Now that it's not paginated. I will not verify you the actual page.
They are raw numbers.
But there's a garage called Gamba Motors Garage, which incurred a bill on 30th October 2023 for a motor vehicle repair, and they're supposed to be paid 8,944. 8,944. This must be a Jwakali mechanic. Up to now, he or she has not been paid. The next one is Vene Auto Spares and Services. He's supposed to pay 362,000. And so many others, 45,000, you know. Governor, what is the challenge? Because in this year under consideration, we had met our revenue target in terms of on-source revenue. And so in the subsequent year, we would have done even budgets, supplementary budgets, and paid these people. These are very poor people in Homa Bay. What is the challenge here, Governor?
Governor, the small, those very small bills.
Yeah, I agree.
And I believe that these are eligible.
These are eligible bills.
So there's no question as to the authenticity.
Yes, these are eligible bills, and that should have been paid. As you realize, Chairman, through you, we did pay bills up to 642 million in this last year, and the fiscal space only did allow that. What I want to agree with you on is we should prioritize the very small bills and finish with them, which is what we are also trying to do. The very, very small bills, finish with them, and you move. The only thing sometimes is a bill like 8,000 should be sorted at the departmental level using departmental operations. So sometimes somebody has processed it, yet it is a bill of 8,000. That means that a department has taken their car to the garage. They have a departmental operation that they should use to clear that kind of bill. So we should prioritize the smaller bills. That is very, very well noted, and that is what we are trying to do. But in this last financial year, we tried to pay the 642. The fiscal space is the challenge.
And I think this was just a random observation by the senator from Taita Taveta. But if this is a Gamba Motors garage that I know, is the proprietor recently passed on? I think so. So it is very sad that. I hope not. but it's. I mean, so the small claimants really should be prioritized.
I think, Chair, what the governor is saying, I think we should put emphasis on it. I know there could be that challenge of the aging analysis, that yes, it could be little amount of money, but just incurred yesterday, but there's huge amount of money incurred many years ago. But honestly, for small bills like these ones, you could just make a policy that for bills below this amount of money, just clear those bills. You don't have a garage owner, sitting outside your office, claiming to, waiting to be paid 8,000 shillings. When they actually pass on before they even get the money. It's not a good thing.
Senator Weston, Senator Cherargei?
Chair, I concur with my colleagues. And I think your finance department should at least prepare. I've seen you are prepared how you will pay your pending bills. But why don't they prepare and prioritize the small bills? Because at the end of the day, so that you pay these people who are being owed 40,000 shillings, 50,000 shillings, 8,000 shillings. This governor should 64,000. This was former cleaning, supply of cleaning materials, 64,900 in the schedule that you are provided. What is the long-term solution? Because we don't want governor and all of us who are stakeholders and defenders of the devolution, is that it is very sad that counties have turned now into a graveyard of many businesses. Many people are dying, people are diabetic, they receive pressure. Chair, and I was very saddened to see the contractors from your county being frustrated, Chair. Would it be, Governor, can you become innovative so that we don't see some of these unnecessary sideshows that people have to go to media for their issues to be addressed? So I hope in this financial year, I agree there could be the issue of supplementary budget, the issue of budgeting. But now that you are meeting, I think one of my colleagues have noted the own source revenue targets, you are meeting them. This should be easy for you to ensure that you dispense of the issue of pending bill. So, Governor, at least when you go back, this, I know most of the contractors in our counties are organized. At least with your finance department, can they give a breakdown and tell them that you need, you know, these are your people, tell them that you need to pay the smaller bills of 64,000, 100,000, then people who are being owed millions and millions of shillings, then they can be paid. Governor, maybe just as an upshot, as of today, because what we are seeing is financial year 2023-22, the response you gave, is it the status of the pending bill of Homa Bay County as of today? The one, the response that you have given in your statement, or how much is your government being owed? And Chair, I noticed that the governor was opening a brand new county headquarters. Wow, is it the contractors complaining part of the people, or the new county headquarters? Has it been paid off in full? Because I really want to know the difference, because we are trying to bring the comparison between, was it Akoba, the man who used to become sick when he was supposed to appear before Park, but you see him in BBI rallies dancing like never before. So I want to know, in this county headquarters, for example, which you have opened and is in public domain, so it is zero, no one is being owed in that, they build and give you the key, so no one owes you, so that we know the difference in terms of the pending bills. I yield, Chair.
Okay, Senator Gataya.
Chair, thank you, Chair. I think I captioned, Chair, talk of somebody, one of the garage owners who recently passed on. I don't know whether it was stress related because of these debts. And I captured the governor talk of departmental structures where these small bills are supposed to be settled. Do you have those structures where maybe you can advance some AIs to departments? Maybe they can sort out small bills instead of, because I don't imagine why a small garage owner in the small suburbs of Ombe would wait for 3 years to be paid 8,000 shillings. I don't know, these people are maybe living on some under mouth.
Governor?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, starting with Senator Gataya's question on the departmental structures, yes, we advance some AIs to the departments where they're able to pay the small, they should be able to pay the small bills, so that should be possible. And Chairman, the pending bills question, I think it's a national question, and it's a problem that we are facing, that we have to deal with through engaging with our associations, which is what we have been doing continuously, engaging with the association of contractors, and continuing to draw plans through which we can pay the bills to the best of our ability. In terms of the county headquarters, it's a current bill. We have an agreement for which we are paying for the county headquarters. It's not a pending bill, it's a current bill, and we have paid quite a bit of it, and we continue to pay for it. It's not a pending bill. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, so just to
Chair, maybe before she leaves that, who is this? Why don't you just disclose who financed? Maybe before Wambua you come on board. Who financed the construction of the county headquarters? And
Chairman,
would you be kind enough to provide the contract engagement with the provider, whether the financing or financing that did the county headquarters?
There's a substantive issue in this report about the county headquarters, which we are coming to. We can deal with it at that point.
Chair, we can chew the gum as we scale the stairs.
It's okay. We'll end up mixing issues and get lost. So let's.
She can hold that one.
Yes, she can hold that one. We deal with it there. Central Board.
Chair, because I heard the governor say something very important about our pending bills. And I agree with her that this is a national problem. It's a big problem. So Governor, from where you sit, because you're also a national leader, is this situation getting better or is it getting worse? Any bills are the issue?
I think we need a national discussion on the pending bills question. You have the team that was auditing the national pending bills and some that have audited ours. We have made proposals, for example, if we could have even bulk payment to counties so that we are able to sort the pending bills that have, existed, and then we can, over time, on our equitable share, it can be retained so that we can create circulation of money in the economy. I think we have to look at the budget in question and whether we meet our on-source revenue targets according to budget. So that we're able to resolve the issue of the pending bills. It is a big question. I think we are, I don't know, I think we are where we are where we are with it. It's a big question.
Chair, I asked that question because, honestly, and these are conversations we can have as leaders. Pending bills are incurred within budgets. Governments have budgets. They run budgets. So by the time that we are saying a single county government has a pending bill of 1.5 billion Kenya shillings, which in some cases is even more than their annual expenditure on development. So how do we find ourselves there? I hear in Nairobi, Chair, and we are not auditing Nairobi, but I hear in Nairobi we have now over 107 billion Kenya shillings in pending bills. So when we say then the National Treasury should perhaps advance some money to counties to offset pending bills, how do we even get there in the first place? Governor, I say that because when I look at the pending bills for Homa Bay, and it is a case for any other county, and every contractor in town is complaining, I have not been paid, I need this money to be paid. But a determination has been made by your county and other counties that what you are claiming is not eligible for payment. How do we get out of this problem that we have found ourselves in? It's a big conversation, I agree with you.
Governor, do you want to respond? But that was for emphasis. So the facts are as follows, that you had 1.19 billion as pending bills. You have paid 620 million. 620 million. Auditor General, that's verifiable, that they have settled 620 million out of the 1.19 billion.
Yes, Chair, that's verifiable.
So that leaves a balance of 571 million.
Yes.
And you have a payment plan for that runs into 5 quarters. Why 5 quarters and not 4 quarters?
We were looking at the fiscal space in the year 25-26, and we were able to accommodate all of it, less 148 million. So we will accommodate 148 million in the first quarter of 26-27. Thank you, Chair.
How do you provide certainty to the suppliers? Because so how do I know if I've got a pending bill, whether I'll be paid in the financial year 2026-2027 or in the first quarter of 2025-2026? How do you manage that? Because perhaps that is part of the problem that is causing some agitation. Nobody knows when theirs will be paid, yet you acknowledge that they are going to be paid.
What we're going to do with this payment plan, according to how we've agreed with the controller of budget, is on an aging basis for their bills, so that we finish with the ones that we had earlier as we go to the ones that we had later. That is the arrangement that we have, and we have provided even the names of the contractors to the controller of budget, the specifics.
Because the document headed payment plan is not really a payment plan. It's a listing of all the pending bills, starting with a very curious figure of 450 million, 450 million. You've seen that as bank overdraft for salary. So the question is, how much of this relates to statutory deductions, SACCOs, KRA?
We don't owe KRA, apart from that salary that we owe the bank. We don't owe
savings and credit cooperatives.
Yeah, I was just saying that, Chairman, we are up to date on our KRA payments.
Maybe, Chair, if I'm just to ask, is it possible to know, in terms of disaggregating the pending bills, which ones are from operations and which ones are from development expenditure? Is it possible to have that disaggregation? And then number two, do we have any staff payables, like loans deducted but not remitted to the third parties? Number three, Governor, there are ineligible pending bills, quite some substantial amount.
1 billion.
1 billion. I'm not very sure if people can claim 1 billion with no work or services rendered at all. So maybe you can give us an inkling of what constitutes ineligible pending bills. In 2019, I think, or 2020, we had a county saying that they have ineligible pending bills, but when you go on the ground, a hole has been constructed. Maybe what is just missing is an invoice. An invoice can miss because procurement officer or an accountant has decided to just remove it from the file. Did you give them opportunity maybe for reconstruction of those documents or of the files, so that if a building has been done, a project has been done to the specifications, and it is there for use by the poor of Homa Bay, then that person can be paid that bill? Thank you, Chair.
On the Vice Chair, for example, thank you for bringing that up, Governor. If a road was done in 2021, 22, or 22, 23, and that road somewhere in Kaspul, there has been heavy rains. So they put maram and what have you. But when your committee, verification pending committee, visited the road, the grass has overgrown because the rains have been heavy, it has been swept off. And you know, members of National Assembly where you serve sometimes are mischievous. They have put their billboard to say this road is being done by Kera. You are contracted. How do you prove such? Because for some people or some of your businessmen, for example, in your county, Homa Bay, the county of endless potential, to claim 1 billion that you have given us and zero, was it 1 billion and something, and some cents, to come up and say we are being owed by the county government of Homa Bay 1 billion plus. Governor, did it at some point strike you as, did it not disturb you Or what was the basis of the report? As the Vice Chair has asked, is it because maybe an invoice was missing, or when your people went on the ground? For example, you have sub-county road engineers that are supervisors, or there were no reports, or there were no certificates of completion. What constituted your committee for saying 1 billion is ineligible? Was it, what is it, Chair, so that we can get a picture? Thank you.
Governor, a brief response.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of what constituted ineligible bills, a big part of it was legal, where we had a company like, I think, Nyauke & Co. claiming about 150 million. But when we looked at the committee looked at the cases, no appearances were entered by the lawyers. The cases were lost. So a lot of those were considered ineligible. When it came to projects, when the committee went round, they didn't stop at a road being washed. They asked the community, when was the last time this road was done? And they just asked around, and this was a very independent committee from us. They asked, the non-people said, no, we've never seen any tractor on this road. And you found contractors providing 2, 3, 4 contractors providing the same picture of a excavator at site. It is provided for this road, it is provided for that road, it is provided for the next road. So when the committee was looking through, they showed us, when they were presenting this report, some of this evidence that was provided by contractors. They were just the same evidence being provided for 3, 4, 5 roads, showing that there was already a problem with some of those. So they were very thorough. And when they called out on the newspaper, you know, people came and brought all my. So when you asked for any evidence, some did not have any evidence of having done any work. And also when you went to the ground, there was no work. There was a case where a contractor even took the committee to a GAF, a toilet I had built using GAF during that time, and they said this is the toilet that I built. But they could, when they asked, they could see clearly that it wasn't a county government project then. So, Chairman, those were the committees. And then the contractors were provided with an opportunity then to appeal, you know, to come back and say, I really did this project because of A, B, C, D. But now where there was completely no documentation, there was nothing else, no legs for the contracts to stand on for us to pay. Otherwise, we would still be back before you, Chairman, without legs to stand on for making payments, because the auditor would still flag them out.
I think the position of the Senate is that where counties have gone through a process, particularly where the internal audit is involved, and maybe with some oversight from the Office of the Auditor General, and established that certain claims are ineligible for various reasons. In fact, we had said, why can't those files be forwarded to DCI? Because isn't that an offense?
It is.
Isn't it? Why are we treating it as if it's business as usual? If someone is going to claim they built a toilet that the member of National Assembly built, isn't that criminal? So it should not just be talking about striking off 1,094,000. Perhaps the national conversation should be forward the files to DCI for criminal prosecution, for investigation and prosecution, because that is fraud of huge proportions. 1 billion in Homa Bay times 47 could be 47 billion, people trying to steal public resources that could have been used elsewhere. So this committee will concern itself with what has been verified. And what has been verified is a 1.19. What has been paid is 620 million. What is outstanding is 571 million. What we want to encourage is there is first in, first out. However, we must prioritize statutory deductions. There is no reason why an employee should be, yes, let's just start from even your staff. You are paid a salary, and then you have withheld the contribution to a SACCO or contribution to some insurance education plan for their child. I mean, that would be unjust. So, Auditor General, since you are doing the audit for 24-25 now, please break down or ask the entity to clearly demonstrate statutory deductions that those have been settled. I think what we are seeing in this schedule is 450 million for salary arrears, but there are also small amounts of housing levy fund, 6 million, NITA payment, 368,000, etc. Small amounts. That, I think we must agree with the control of budget, Gashanja, that a county that has got long-standing statutory deductions has no business requesting approval for financing for new programs when that has not been done. I think, Governor, that should be reasonable. That statutory deductions should not be sitting on this list of pending bills for periods exceeding 1 year, or even exceeding one disbursement frame, and the small claims. So, on this, we have seen the payment plan for the 571 million. Auditors confirmed the 620 million has been paid. I will also, if I get a petition, a proper petition from the contractors, I will look at it and see whether those are claims on the ineligible bills or the ones that have been verified. I think if someone is claiming something out of the 1 billion ineligible bills, it would be very difficult for the Senate to whitewash and tell the governor that the Senate thinks that this should be paid. That then will be a level of interference that the Senate is not supposed to engage in. But if the contractors from the county feel that they have a strong case that needs the ears of the Senate, we can create a forum. And Governor, if that was to happen, we will invite you so that we can hear both sides of the story. But I think the principle is whatever has been verified, whatever has been found to be ineligible, we should be very careful not to reopen the Pandora's box.
Maybe my chair would be to the chair, Public Accounts Committee of the Assembly, if he has cited these figures in the budget. Are they in the budget? Because then they can be in the budget, but if you don't put adequate safeguards during supplementary budgets, we can have these figures washed to some other things. Number two, how easy is it for you to get information as a county assembly on how many contractors and which contractors have been paid? Because in other counties it has been very difficult for assemblies to get information from the executive. How easy is it? Maybe you can give us some information.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the issue of pending bills, I believe at times, I also sit in the Budget Committee. So to begin with, the first question you asked, Honorable Member, Vice Chair, on whether these particular figures are included either in the main budget or in the supplementary. I want to confirm that there are in two consecutive budgets, I've seen these figures included. And for the purposes of the supplementary budget, I can say that we are not yet there. And in the event that we are requested to approve those figures, then we will be doing that after having verified and being given, of course, document to prove that indeed they are pending bills.
What I'm saying in a nutshell, Chair, is that now that you say the figures are in the budget, please put adequate safeguards so that in the supplementary budgets, the executive does not remove these figures so that this payment plan is honored for the benefit of the contractors.
Thank you, we'll do that.
Okay, I think let's move on to the biggest fiduciary risk that the county faces, that is compensation of employees. And so we will deal with compensation of employees. We will deal with, and in that we'll deal with everything to do with HR. I think we'll deal with the issues on legal, and then we will go to one or two of the other projects. And
Yeah.
honorable members.
Chair, and don't forget my question on county headquarters.
Yes.
Kindly.
Yes, it is. It is subsumed in the Arujo animal feed question. So we'll deal with it when we get there. Now, Governor, there are a number of specific queries the Auditor General raised that has to do with HR. Honorable members, I want to request that instead of going through specific issue, we first of all take a global view. Now, the global view is that you are using, is it 55% of your resources? What is the exact percentage? Because that's where the risk lies. If 55% of your money is going to employees, then even your payment plan for pending bills sounds like a political promise, unless you do something about those numbers. So the CEC or Chief Officer of Finance, how much did you spend on employees in this financial year?
Chairman,
4.2 billion?
it is 53%, yeah. 4.2 billion.
4.2 billion.
Yeah.
Now, the 4.2 excludes salaries for 2 months, isn't it?
Does it exclude for
So if you are to include the salary for 2 months.
1 month?
No, your note indicates it excludes May and June.
No, just 1 month. Yeah.
Yes, Senator.
Is it 53 as of today or on that under review? I thought as of today is 55%, or as it took to 53. And then?
Actually, that's what I'm driving at.
Okay.
Because the figure of 4.2 billion, I think just look at the notes under compensation of employees. At least they have made a good disclosure there. Where they are saying underutilization of 17% in compensation of employees was a result of delayed receipt of funds, which consequently resulted to non-payment of May and June 2024 salaries. So 4.2 excludes 2 months. If you are to add the 2 months, what is the true annual cost? This one the accountant should have at their fingertips, so that we tell whether is it 52%, is it 55%, and then let's look at other counties, how they are performing, and then we ask ourselves what then is special about Homa Bay. CEC Chief Officer, what's your average monthly spend on salary?
Please.
Thank you, Chair. About 475 million average.
So if 4.2 excluded 2 months, it is reasonable to say that your spend on employees that year was probably 5 billion.
Yes. Thereabout.
Yes, Chair.
So what is that growth from the prior year?
The prior year was how much?
Because prior year, your cost was 4.2 billion. In the year under review, you are probably at 5 billion. So the problem is getting worse. How do we explain we're already in a tight fiscal space, but our compensation of employees is growing by, I think that's 900 million in a year. I'm referring to the numbers, so maybe there's a story, but they say numbers don't lie.
I think the 4.2, there was no payment for, they had not paid for a month that year. the previous year. There was a month that was not paid. Just the same way we had...
Which one? The one of
previous
the prior year?
Yes, the one the prior year. That is the advice.
There was 1 month?
Yeah, there was 1 month not paid. And then there is the question of statutory, especially employer.
Just on that, okay, so the 4.2 for 22-23, we can adjust it by another 400 million. The 4.2 for 23-24, we adjust it by 900 million. There's still a growth of about 400 million.
And so we have been looking at that figure seriously, and it has been a major question of employer obligations. And there was a long period, if you look at our payment of employer obligations, particularly pensions, submission of pensions and gratuities, that was not included for many, many months. And so when we brought on board and decided that you have to pay the employer, you have to put in the employer obligations, the pensions, the gratuities, and then any other levies that were introduced, like the housing levy, which is about another 11 million per month in Homa Bay. Then now it brought the figure up reasonably. Of course, including some a bit of additional recruitments also that we did. Thank you.
Chair, just a question on the housing. Governor?
I'm just advised that the statutory deductions that we are not remitting were about 52 million on a monthly basis. Thank you.
Okay, so the question that I'm asking is, did the county government make salary adjustments to cater for housing? Because you see it's like there's an increment of 11 million. Did you do any adjustments?
No, this is the employer side, because the levy was imposed and you have to pay it from the employer side, and there was no increase in the equitable share to cover for that increased cost.
It's 11 million per month?
About 11 million.
That's what.
But for the statutory reductions, that should have been covered under pending bills. I thought it is there. It cannot constitute the increase in the amount for compensation of employees.
Yeah, when you start to now remit employer obligations, then you will not pay the same as when you are not remitting the employer obligations. So if you are paying, you can just say it was 350 million maybe, but now you have to pay 400 because of the 52 million that the county made a decision that we must be able to remit our employer obligations. So that I was responding to the question on why there was an increase in the amount that we have been paying.
Okay, we hold it for a minute. You know, there's a special audit on payroll that was done by the Office of the Auditor General. Governor, I don't know whether you have seen a copy of that audit report. A payroll audit that was done across the 47 counties. I think it must be under the Kenya Devolution Support Program or something like that. Have you been furnished with a copy of that report?
Yes, it was done, and we were given. It was brought to my office. Yes.
Because I've read that report, and it is inconsistent with what the auditor has raised here. That report indicates that in one financial year, your headcount increased by 15%. In one financial year, between 22, 23, and 23, 24. That was a 14% growth in staff headcount. In this report of the Auditor General, if you look at this query around diversity, the diversity of employees in Homa Bay County, my concern is not even on the diversity issue. My concern is on the numbers. Because I said I'm going to cross-reference the HR issue so that we move quickly instead of reading one by one. Non-compliance with provisions on ethnic diversity, affirmative action on gender, and persons living with disabilities. The substantive issue there, I think, have been canvassed by our sister committee, the Cohesion Committee, which I believe you have appeared before on some of these subjects. But the interesting thing is that the Auditor General said you have 6,986 employees. Is that the correct figure?
The current number of employees that you have, Chairman, is 7,100. And 7,183.
But in your response, the written responses that we considered and took to the House, you indicated you had 7,554.
Chairman, we have been carrying out an audit in our departments. What we have instituted, we've instituted a HR roundtable, and we have now been making comparison of figures that report to work in the department versus what is on the payroll. And after doing that through a couple of months, we have settled on a final figure now there of 7,183. The figure has been swinging because you see people on the payroll that are not also earning salaries and so on. So we keep on removing them and we keep on improving on that system. And finally, we told every chief officer who's an authorized officer, bring the people who are actually reporting to work, bring the payroll, make a comparison, and we've done that over a couple of months. And I think our figure now stands at 7,164.
There is a fourth number. There is a fourth number from the OAG's payroll report. Clerk, can you just check that? There's a table in it that shows the growth of headcount, and I think it puts it at a far much lower number, even though there was a query where there were ghost workers. I think that report has slightly below 6,000, which then does not make sense when you compare with the OAG's number. The number you had in March, was 7,554, and the number you have today is 7,183. Now, just a minute, I'll give you the opportunity, but I wanted to propose that since the payroll audit report is very substantive, and Homa Bay is far in the red as far as HR issues are concerned, we could convene a substantive meeting where the governor internalizes the report and does a proper formal response, because it has some observations which, if we take without challenging, will lead us to the conclusion that as far as HR practices are concerned, Homa Bay is a crime scene. It has allegations of staff with dates of birth that are inconsistent with their birth certificates. It has allegations or observations of staff who were called for a physical audit and only a small percentage appeared. I think it would be fair to prosecute that report in a proper formal meeting so that we are not ambushing the governor with the numbers.
Chair,
But,
maybe I can ask the only
Senator
general questions. Governor, I can see 83% of your work staff are men. What is the challenge? Women of Homa Bay are not applying for positions. Maybe you can highlight that, and the fact that they have elected you. I'm not saying they have elected you because you are a woman, of course, because you are a leader. Number two, on this, just general, because we will, compensation of employees, in this 4 billion plus that you pay and other temporary employees, maybe just you can tell us, are all of them paid through IPPD, both permanent and temporary workers? Number three, in this head count, I know there are people who maybe have suspended and what have you, and I think yesterday you did suspend HR of Roads Department, who allegedly abducted a People Daily journalist. And Chair, you should be careful in Homa Bay. It could be one of the 1 million ways to die as a journalist. Because if you speak against something in Homa Bay, as a journalist, you are likely to be abducted. And it is on record.
No,
and you didn't suspend.
That cannot be a fact. That can only be an opinion.
No, I'm talking about allegedly.
Yes.
And by the way, the facts are that the governor suspended one of the officers of HR in Roads, and I think Roads Department, over allegations of adoption of a journalist. So we don't want to hear such stories from our counties. So in this head count, what are the challenges apart from suspension, disciplinary action? What is it that you are facing as a challenge? Just a general overview, then when you come for substantive. So those are my 3 questions. Whether all the employees are on IPPD, why is it that 83% are men? Where are the women in Homa Bay? And then finally, on the issue of headcount, maybe you can give the general overview. I think.
Chair, so that she can answer both. I would also want to know the methodology that you used in your staff audit to give you 7183. What is the methodology?
Governor?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I want to take great exception, just for the record, with the comments of Senator Cherargei on Homa Bay, 1,000 ways to die there.
No, I
want to
ruled him-
take great
I ruled him-
exception.
I've ruled him out of order, so you don't need to respond to that. That was out of order. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman.
Because I want us to deal with the audit issues. Let's leave things that are out
I
there.
thought they said there was a nature officer that was suspended over allegations of abduction.
Let's
It's a fact. Unless she says she didn't do it.
Senator Cherargei, let's deal with these substantive issues.
But it's part of the HR.
Let's deal with the substantive issues. Governor, could you respond to the substantive issue? I know sugar levels are going down.
I'd like to do
but
that,
the longer
Chairman.
we prevaricate, the more we are going to stay here.
Chair, I pray that you guide us, please. Where we are, what you need to do, Chair, let's stick to the audit queries and process those issues as responded.
So, Governor, don't respond to issues that are not here.
Okay, Chairman. You know, Chairman, where Homa Bay has come from and where we are,
Chairman,
and that is
just
why
an indulgence.
I wanted to just...
Chair, just on it, before the governor speaks. You know, we should also be alive of what is happening. We are not morticians, and unless you are telling us we are morticians, it's a fact, and it's a nature issue. I was just asking, allegedly, that some people have been suspended. It's a fact, and it's affecting HR. So it was only for the governor.
The suspension of officers and 1,000 ways to die are two very unrelated things.
Okay.
And I
Now
think that is
let's
what
leave the 1,000 ways to die.
Yes,
Let's leave 1,000
so that
ways
must
to
be
die.
struck off the handset. The inference that being in Homa Bay as a journalist is among the 1,000 ways to die, I think that must be struck off the handset.
Anyway, Chair, that was my opinion. Let me now mention
Governor,
the other part.
I have cleared that matter. Let's go to the HR issue.
Chair,
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to...
You had asked your 3 questions. Let the governor respond, please.
Governor, Chair, so that I'm not misunderstood, I wish you could give me 30 seconds. I agree with the other parties be struck out, but I was just asking, as part of the HR issue, I did not say, because it's something that happened yesterday.
No, I think the objectionable part has been struck off the record, so we could proceed.
Thank you. Chairman, we have had all our staff on the HRIS. It's no longer the IPPD now. All our staff have been on the put on the HRIS. And the data that has been referred to by Senator Cherargei about our staff being 83% men, I think it is, I'm not sure which report he was referring to, because the gender of our employees is 53% women and 46% men. Chairman, on the question of the methodology that we used to get the 7183 number, putting our staff on the HRIS has enabled us to now have full visibility of the staff that we have. This is a continuous process because staff are leaving and joining also every day. So we have instituted a HR roundtable done by the Public Service Board and the authorized officers. And every month you make a report of who is in your department and is actually reporting to work, and who has left, who has been transferred, and we are making comparisons with that against the payroll. So it's it's an exercise that we are carrying out monthly to be able to weed out the staff. We are now also going to institute biometric staff reporting elements, so that every time a staff reports, they would use the biometrics so that we note that they're there, and even geofencing of staff who work in the field, and so that we know that they're actually reporting to work. Chairman, that is going to help us to come as low as possible on this issue of the staff, because it is of course a concern. But Chairman, remember the first time we were here, we did not know how many staff we had, even if you asked us, in terms of the staff establishment. Chairman, since then we have been able to do our human resource policies and procedures. We have been able to do, Chairman, and you have copies there, our organizational structure and staff establishment. So now we are operating. We have been able to make a lot of progress in this area of HR. Are we where we need to be? Maybe not yet, but we have made a lot of progress. We had over 2,200 employees on a manual payroll as of 2022. We have moved all of them, got for them PF numbers, and moved all of them to the IRIS. That is how serious we've been on this matter of HR. Thank you, Chair.
Let's look at a comparative analysis.
Chair, just on that one, because you know one of the things that we have received a lot of documents, so maybe we are mixed up. Governor, the document that we have here, the report of the Auditor General on County Executive Homa Bay for the year ended June 30th, 2024, on non-compliance with provisions of ethnicity diversity, affirmative action, gender, persons living with disabilities. It says clearly that the staff complement is composed of 83% male and 17% female for support staff, and 75% male and 25% female for technical staff. That's the report that we have. But you have given other figures, but I don't know where they'll be found, which report that is.
And that is why, Governor, I want to assist you. Let me play the devil's advocate, because you're asking where is Cherargei getting the information. You know I like reading. I got it from the OAG report, and I hope your CCM Finance could be kind enough. And I think, Chair, you had alluded to this 1.3. And maybe, Chair, Governor, to be clear, just the last limb. You have said all these have gone to human resource and information system. What about the temporary, or are they part of all of it, or permanent? The permanent employees are put into this system. What about the temporary employees? And for the information, just check page 5, 1.3 on the OAG report. I yield, Chair.
Yeah. The numbers in the, so it started with the total number of staff. What the Auditor General has reported, the Governor has a different number. The percentages, what the Auditor has reported, the Governor has a different number. Why don't we tie this? Because there's a PwC consultancy that has been cited here, and find out how that was useful to the county. Because if the county had spent, 32 million paid to PwC to audit the county public service, why are we still having this moving numbers of staff as a moving target? So, because you said we needed to tie the HR issues.
And Chair, while on PWD's PricewaterhouseCoopers of 32 million, why did they, I have seen even my county, they did use Public Service Commission to partner and did audit on the same. So when Governor comes back, he should justify as to why PricewaterhouseCoopers were given over, I need this intergovernmental relationship between Public Service Commission, or whether they were doing it jointly, so that there is consistency. And I hope, Governor, you have noted in 1.3 OAG report, what is the OAG having and what you have put on record or unanswered is worlds apart. And that inconsistency, Chair, can point us to a lot of concerns. And I hope, Governor, when you come back on the issue of temporary staff, I can see there was a decline between the 2022, 2023, 2024 in terms of temporary staff. I think in note number, I can see in 2022, 2023, it was 59 million. But in 2023, 2024, it was 25 million. So you should be able to tell us whether you transited the temporary employees to permanent and pensionable, or their contract lapsed and it was not renewed. And also to clarify whether on this wage of temporary employees and the head count that you did, whether there was citing of ghost workers, because we know the challenge in some of these counties, Chair, has been the challenge of, she has said on record that when they call for head count, some people did not turn up. So could it be a possibility of ghost workers that work within your entity? Chair, I think since you know the reason, Chair, we are on this too much is because 55% of the expenditure you have, Governor, is on wage bill. And that is why we are using a lot of energy and consuming a huge part, which is across the country. You know, our counties have turned into employment bureaus, which is very sad because, Governor, I know if you were to maybe get 35%, you can release a lot of money for development in our county of Homa Bay County.
So we can find out how the PwC process has been of value to the county. Vice Chair?
Yeah, just what you're saying, that I know PwC is a reputable entity. They would have they have their report. We also have a report by Auditor General. Let's see how they compare. And I think when the governor comes, then we would need to have the reports harmonized and maybe justify where there are variations. I think that would be important for us. And as Senator Cherargei has said, 55% is quite a big percentage in terms of if you are to have 55% for wage bill and then maybe 11% for the assembly, that is 66%. What does then that portend for development? You have only 4% for operations. Then do we satisfy the 30% for CAPEX, capital expenditure? Those would be the questions.
Okay, so Auditor, what was your contention with this payment for consultancy services?
Yeah, Chair, at the time of audit, what was pending was the final report.
I think for context, it's not a very
record those who are working. And also in the process, as the governor has mentioned, that there were also some recruitment for revenue collection. So when we did the actual count, because the PwC report came, but still there were those problems. So we decided to also ourselves, month by month, we do actual count those who are working. And this is the process that has now given us the actual number, that is 7,183. And also, when we changed from manual to, initially we transitioned to IPPD because there was IPPD and then there was the manual. Then first we transited, actually before this HRS came, we already transited our workers so that we can have full control. But when this new system came, we transited all of them, but now we are very sure at any time, and every month we do the check. Every chief officer will bring their even if there's just one change, we'll know who has changed. So we are able to track our workers right now. We know exactly those who are having and actually those people are working. Now, so this what we have right now is the actual report.
So you, Governor, you agree with this report by PwC? You agree with its findings and you agree with its recommendations, such that what is pending is implementation?
We are implementing, Senator, as we go along. For example, the ones who have been recommended for reinstatement because of the time we're reinstating slowly. The ones who have been recommended for removal also. Senator, you know, if you have to remove 500 employees from the payroll and you go for it, you yourself will not be able to sit here in Nairobi. Neither will I be able to sit in Homa Bay because it's a community government and it's a very political process also. So, Senator, we are implementing it, slowly so that we are also managing the politics around it. I wanted to be very honest with the Senate that we must also give consideration to all that. So the implementation, I asked for an analysis of the savings if we reinstate and then we remove. And you realize that if the savings are not significant enough to create, to justify a sudden implementation and change, then you have to move slowly by slowly. So we are in the process of implementation of the report. We keep on reviewing and giving our people an opportunity also to, move along with us.
Sure, my question has already been answered.
Yeah.
This IHRS is a new system.
Yes.
Does it take on board the permanent and the temporary employees?
Yes.
Because then, Chair, if temporary employees work for 3 months or 1 year, then we are supposed to offload them. And we might then remain with some residual employees who are not offloaded, necessitating maybe another audit and so on. So how do you make sure that it is neat? Does it take...
The system automatically, Chairman through you, yes. Vice Chair, and the HR people are here, the system automatically removes, because you upload your contract letter. So when your time comes, you fall off the system, and the HR can explain that more. But I know you're talking about our casuals, perhaps. The casuals who are mostly cleaners in Homa Bay, they are not part of the HRIS, the casuals, the cleaners in the towns and so on. We hire them separately on the 3-month basis, and we keep rotating them as we go along. Thank you, Chairman.
Honourable members, yes, Senator Cherargei.
Governor, well, I agree that the issue of HR and everything is political and it's very sensitive anywhere and across the country. But I can see the Homa Bay County Public Service Board in a letter that was dated to you on 24 January 2025. They had said after studying the PWD, this is your bundle of document 11C. The chair of County Public Service Board, I don't know whether he's a doctor or a professor, but he has not given the title. Isaiah Okoto, chairman. Governor has indicated that you were supposed, or they were supposed to be reinstated 185 back to the payroll with effect from January this year. So give us the status of that. Number 2, 652 persons to be disengaged from the County Public Service Board with effect from 1st January 2025. So my question, what is the status implementation? Because you have told us you put 32 million to get PricewaterhouseCoopers to do an audit for you. When recommendations came back, you said because of politics, let us hold on for now. But yet in the report you have said 652 should be disengaged, 185 should be reinstated back to the payroll. So, Governor, can you give us clarity? So does it mean you froze the implementation of the report, or what is the net effect of then doing this an exercise if the recommendations were a bit challenged? And I'm a politician, I live with that reality that it's a bit sensitive. But where does it leave the recommendations that even your County Public Service Board has say 652 let disengage and 185 to be reinstated? So where does it live in 11C part of your bundle?
You also brought up the issue of the value for money, 32 million spent on an exercise.
So because why get PWD, do an audit, give you recommendations that they have consumed 32 million. Then when the report is coming, you say, no, let's manage it. It's like getting sick, go to a doctor, being prescribed with drugs. You say, no, I don't want drugs from the pharmacy, I want mitishamba instead. So that's kind of that.
So the Governor, the reason why these questions are coming is that in your written responses that were filed in March, you indicated that the report was not ready. So we have not interacted with this detailed report as a Senate. Maybe as you respond to Senator Cherargei, you could tell us when was this report adopted, in which month? Because as at March, the response we had was that the process was not complete.
But Chair, you have to know, can I kindly take you to 11C on the letter? It looks like the PwC report came, I think, towards the end of 2024, because this letter was written in 24th January on the implementation of PwC census audit report. So it means it was, maybe you can go there before the governor answers, immediately after the 11C, that letter that has been written by the chair of service board. And it indicates that it was based on the implementation of the PricewaterhouseCoopers census audit report. And the implementation was to take effect from 1st January 2025. From the report.
And that's the point, Chair. The letter is written on 24th of January.
Yes.
The recommendations are supposed to be implemented as from 1st of January the same year. So how was that supposed to be done?
Okay, Governor, can you just, the audit query was that 32 million was committed, there was no product, it had taken too long. Now, perhaps that should not be the issue for now. The issue now is the value for money. What is the outcome of that exercise? The issues of contract duration, those we can deal with fairly quickly. So when did this report land on your desk?
Give me a minute, let me just check the exact date.
Governor, can I assist you? Because according to this report, 11A, it's stamped, but the engagement, the first engagement was on 23rd August 2023. Chairman, if you look at the bundle.
That's the one signed by Simon Mutinda?
Yes, this one that was signed by Simon Mutinda. So the governor should tell us when did they start doing the audit and how long was it supposed. I know you have said you could deal with that, but you can see the assignment began on payroll audit assignment on 28 November 2022.
Actually, the final report was submitted by Simon Mutinda, Partner, Director, PwC,
correct,
on 23rd of August 2023.
Correct, that is what I wanted to assist the governor. Because governor.
But your written submissions as at March 2024 indicated that the report was not ready.
This was, Chairman, because when the report came, there was a lot of back and forth that had to happen between our HR teams and the PwC team. Because there was a lot of uproar, so we had to go back and forth with them until they finally submitted the report at a date that I just need a document so that I give the correct date and I don't guess the date and then I go again round in circles, given that I'm under oath, Chairman. So they're just, I've asked the CS to check for me the exact date of the submission of the very final report.
I think beyond the specific date, perhaps you might want to tell us whether we are discussing something that is work in progress or we are discussing something that ought to have already been done as per the implementation matrix.
In terms of implementation, it is work in progress. It is not, we have not concluded implementation of this report.
And you are still within the implementation matrix proposed in the report?
For the reason, no, the implementation matrix that was proposed by PwC, you mean?
Yes.
No, this is now an implementation that we have now looked at realistically as a county government. And how do we implement this in a way that does not create too much animosity and tension? So this is the implementation that we are doing in a broken down manner. And some of the implementation things that we've done, for example, there were those that they came to PwC, they had appointment letters, they had never earned any salary. So those ones, for example, we have disengaged because they have had no earnings. There are those also whom we removed from the payroll who had fake documents, for example, straightforward like that, and we sent them on to DCI as well. So we have been in the course of implementation of the report. We just haven't concluded it, Chairman.
You know, there's
Because I ask a question there before you go.
Okay,
So Governor, do you own this report? Have you owned it? The recommendations by PwC?
Yes.
You have owned it. So it's not a question of whether you need to disengage with 652 people. It's a question of how and when.
Exactly. How and when. But we have what the people who had, for example, fake documents, the people who had who did not show up for audit, the people, and had no reason for it. I actually immediately after receiving the report set up a committee chaired by my deputy governor to look at these issues now in a practical sense, because we have already, and looking at value for money, we had a situation where we didn't even know how many staff we had. PwC gave us how many staff we had, how many they thought we should disengage with, how many they thought we should, move forward with. So that is what we have been doing in the course of this period, Chairman.
So you also agree that you have 1,327 ghost workers, and Appendix 2 has got the list of the 1,327 ghost workers by name, ID number, payroll number. Appendix 2 that starts from page 59. Because if you agree with the report and you agree that there are 1,300 ghost workers, you need to exercise the ghosts.
In fact, Chair, so that you can answer both. I'm not able to go through all the recommendations by PwC, but then there are HR people or County Public Service Board who are complicit in engaging these ghost workers or employees who are not qualified or who have fake documents. What were the recommendations? Because they cannot just go scot-free. For one, public money was already used. So what was the recalls or what was the type of administrative action recommended by PwC?
I think the people who are engaged in these processes we disengaged with very early in the day. The CEO of the Public Service Board, the HR, the payroll, we disengaged very early in the day so that we could even start engaging with this process. I want the CS to speak to the issue of the so-called ghost workers.
Chair, as the CS comes on board, Vice Chair, I've looked at administrative action at 11D. Unfortunately, Chair, I don't know, Governor, you need to do something because they are not also now clear. It is like the previous document. Your document, it is not, you cannot read it. So what do we do? Do we accept and move on or forgive and forget?
Chairman, the administrative action that is filed in this document was that which was recommended for non-availing of documents. It is not the administrative action that we actually took from the word go for the people we separated with. So if you saw the recommendations of the committee, right, they had asked administrative action to be taken against officers who did not avail documents. But now it appears more administrative action will be taken against officers who have produced before the Senate documents that cannot be read.
Thank you. Because appointment as acting director, HR resource management and development, but from page 2 local agreement all through, chairman, it cannot be read. Who prepared this documentation before here?
Is a whole team
led by CCM.
No, the photocopying is a job that is done by lower level officers who are.
I know, but who is in charge? Who is the head of department that ensures this documentation is bound? Is it the CCM or is it the county secretary or CCM? CCM finance?
That is the CCM finance.
So let me ask you a direct question before you go and take administrative action against him. CCM, did you have view of this documentation before it was brought?
Through the chair, I had a view, Chair, and I think based on the volumes of documents that we have had to come with before Senate, I apologize to the Senate that there were mechanical errors with the machine that we were using, and it put us to this. We apologize.
So is it only one document? It was intentionally supplied to Cherargei.
Through the chair, just a few of them, because the bulk of the documents are very clear.
Okay, let's come to the more substantive administrative action. CS was to speak to the ghost workers. I mean, this is a very interesting report, because if you go to Appendix 4, the first name on that schedule of list of 1,370 individuals without staff files in the county registry. Number 1 is Gladys Nyasuna, who I believe is a governor.
This is why I told you, this is why I called them the so-called.
Is that because you mentioned adversely that now this report cannot be implemented?
No, you could see that from there was a very mechanical process done by PwC that did not. This now gives you evidence. The reason why we had to review and look at an internal review of the documentation. When you went to look for the files, you may not have found a file for the governor because of the filing system at that time. But PwC took, even if you look at that document, CEC is a part of it. Even, many people are part of that report. That is why we said, surely from this report, we must do a series of reviews. And that is why by the time it was March, we had written to say we did not have a ready report from PwC, given the reviews that we needed to do on that report. Thank you.
And that is why I was asking you, Governor, through the chair, whether you actually owned this report. Because if you commission PwC and you pay them 32 million to help you make sense of your HR issues, and then the first thing they do is capture you as a ghost worker, surely.
I wanted to make this clear, Chairman. I wanted to make this very clear because it might look laughing, but when we leave the Senate, our people back in Homa Bay take these things very seriously. This is a list of 1,370 individuals without staff files, not ghost, without staff files in the county registry. So, Chairman, it is important to be very clear on these issues because the Senate raises these questions, calls them ghost workers, the media picks them as ghost workers, and then we have to respond to them. But now when we have to respond to them, nobody will understand that these were 1,300 that did not have staff files.
I think that's a fair 27 ghost workers.
But let me clear that, Chair. Let me clear that for the governor, so that we also not want to appear like we are setting up the governor with the people. Yeah. It is true that the Appendix 4 captures a list of 1,370 individuals who have not provided staff files. But the question remains, Governor, that I have paid PwC 32 million shillings to give me a report that will help me make sense of a messed up HR system in my office. And the kind of report that they give me is that the number one person who does not have a staff file in the county government of Homa Bay is the governor. And that's why I was very, very keen when I asked you whether you really owned this report, or you rejected it, or renegotiated even the amount that will be paid for that.
Okay, I think you've clarified it. CS, you are to talk to the 1327 ghost workers.
Thank you, Chair. Very fast, because a lot of it has been said. I think the 1327 is actually not what is called ghost workers from our assessment, because there are several categories that we are capturing, like people without files, people with what, and you can find names are repeated in those. You can find somebody who doesn't have a file, he didn't report, but in all those categories, their names were picked. So you can find a name picked in Outlook, or at least sometimes 3 categories, 2 categories, or in 4 categories. But then when they're putting it together, then they put it, because they are just adding up, they're adding what is there and what is there, and what, then it came up with that number. But when we now went down to do our own verification, we realized that these names were repeated. And that's why we didn't say that those are ghost workers. Actually, those are not ghost workers.
Chair, can you stop the county secretary, because he's now working into a landmine? Because the more he talks, the more everything gets messed up. Therefore, 32 million governor that was contracted to PwC, there was no value. Because even your county public service board sat and wrote you a letter on what should be done. In this report, the one that you are provided, either you are saying the PricewaterhouseCoopers report was a draft. Because if you are hiring to make a sense of the 55% that you are spending on what you are putting now, 7,000 plus workers, then it is getting more messed up than in the beginning. Because the chairman of County Public Service Board has provided once the implementation status of PwC. The governor has gone on record and said, when we got this report, we had to contest to amend, to do a few years there, massages a few years to be politically correct. So my question should be, Governor, in this 32 million, in my own opinion, the people of Homa Bay did not get value. You did not come out to tell us whether the public service of Homa Bay of 7,000 plus who work in your county government, whether there was value that was given. And that is why, Chair, I want to go back to my first question. The justification of the governor of using PricewaterhouseCoopers over Public Service Commission. Yet there is what we call intergovernmental relationships that they can partner, because even if they disagree, the spending of the money would not have been, at least would have been another. But on this 32 million, Chair, I think, to me, looking at the chairperson of County Public Service Board and the minutes that the County Public Service Board sat, Governor, we are getting more and more confused, and we do not see the value of 32 million in this PricewaterhouseCoopers engagement that you did, even including the one I had pointed out on the administrative action on other matters.
Okay, let me, for purposes of time, there is a report by PwC, which we are interacting with for the first time, because as at March, it was not ready. And that is why we gave generic recommendations of administrative action. Now the Senate is seized of the report. We have it. There is also a report by the Auditor General on a payroll audit for Homa Bay County, which I think has been tabled. It has been tabled in Parliament.
Yes, Chair, it was tabled.
We need to look at these two reports, the payroll audit report, the PwC audit report, the report that we are considering now. And as someone who comes from Homa Bay, spending 52% on compensation of employees it's a serious problem. And it is a legacy problem. I think Governor is dealing with an inherited problem that has festered over the years. Whether 32 million was value for money, in my view, I think it tells us something about the rotten state of human resources in that county. It might not be accurate, but it can stimulate some debate that can help us to find a solution. You see, when you're at 55, Clerk, can you give us the comparative analysis of neighboring counties? I think a county like Siaya, Migori, Kisumu, Kericho, Busia, counties with fairly similar demographics.
Yes, Chair. Migori is at 32%.
32?
Siaya, 35. Kisumu, 44. Busia, 35. Kericho, 47.
32 you said was Migori?
32 is Migori.
Siaya?
35.
35.
Kisumu, 44.
Busia?
Busia, 35.
Kericho at 47. And Homa Bay at 55. They are very tough decisions you have to make, Governor. Otherwise, Homa Bay is going to be an employment bureau. I know we have talked of the legacy of municipalities. But these other counties that we have cited may also tell a similar story. They have the fiscal space to carry out development. They have got the fiscal space to pay pending bills because they've been able to tame their employee costs. Honorable members, this matter is so significant that I don't feel like we'll do justice to it discussing it at 4 p.m. And I want to propose, as I'd indicated earlier, that this could be an issue of inquiry where we can invite the governor when she's better prepared with an implementation plan and when she's better prepared with responses to the Auditor General's payroll report. Can we take that as our resolution? Because the more you go into this report, the more you stumble onto things. I mean, I've looked at the list of ghost workers. I see Professor Richard Otieno Muga listed as a ghost worker there in that report. So the more you get into the details, the more it gets messy. So let's organize a proper forum to discuss 55% of Homa Bay's expenditure.
Yeah.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, also what needs to be done in Homa Bay, if it was not done as part of TR for PwC, there is need to do staff rationalization so that we can be able to establish if all the employees who are there are supposed to be or are required to work in the areas that they are working. Because sometimes we could just have staff who are not doing anything.
Yes, members, is there any variation to that recommendation? Because if you agree with me, then we can proceed to the next.
An important addition, Chair. Because there's PwC, which is a recipient of public funds, and they were contracted to do a job. According to them, they did a job. According to the consumer of the job that they were given to do, Professor Okoth says that the document that they got was all mixed up, of all these things. This PwC should also maybe shed some light to this committee on what exactly is it that they did in Homa Bay County. That would be my submission.
And Chair, in addition to this, we should also include the entire board of County Public Service Board. I hope your County Public Service Board is functional because they have minuted the response to the implementation of PwC report. I yield.
Okay. Now, again, there's an issue of there are two projects in Homa Bay which have received a lot of space in this report. Under construction of buildings, you have the Kigoto milling plant. It has issues that are very difficult to verify while sitting in Nairobi. I want to recommend that in October, when we do our county visit, we would also visit Kigoto milling plant from a value for money perspective. Under construction of buildings, there are about 4 paragraphs, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 paragraphs relating to small works at Kigoto. And you see, it's very difficult to sit here in Nairobi and say that the water tank and water pump has been installed without physical verification. Can we defer all these issues around Kigoto to the county visit? We could look at the county headquarter issue, but also we could visit. I think it would also be good for us to visit. We visit it and deal with it while on the ground. Then there's a Lakefront Access Road Phase 1 and 2. Our recommendation was for DCI to carry out investigation, but we felt that this ought to be an EACC matter. And so we are going to amend our recommendation from DCI to EACC to deal with the matter. And EACC, you could add it to your matrix of cases.
Well noted, Chair.
Perhaps the other big thing that we needed to perhaps pronounce ourselves on is unsupported payments on legal expense. Now, on unsupported payments on legal expense, in our earlier brief, there was a risk that the Auditor General did not bring out clearly. So there is an issue that has been brought up by the Auditor General on how private firms were contracted, but there's a bigger risk of decretal sums and court orders that amount to almost 147, was it 147 million?
117 million, Chair.
117 million that have not been settled, and in your own admission, you have said they're attracting 12% interest per annum. Now, the question was, why would you even make that admission, that there are orders against the county, you haven't paid, you know that they are earning interest? It's not like you're making an investment in an infrastructure bond. It's a cost that is being underwritten by the people. In fact, when we worked out the interest on the awards against the county, when we worked out the average interest for 2 years, it was exactly the amount of money you're collecting from markets, 47 million. So I want to bring your attention to the notes to your financial statements, where you have the contingent liability register. Annex 5, the contingent liabilities register. I think that can provide an entry point into the issues of legal fees. Does Governor has a copy? So there are 300 and, how many cases, Auditor General? 350. Now, shouldn't we have had a disclosure of the entire list of cases as contingent liabilities? OAG, what is the requirement?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As per requirement of the PFMA Act, all contingency liabilities is now a requirement to be disclosed. And especially the main part is the financial implications that they have. So there is part of the contingency liability that's being required as disclosure. And also if maybe the court has maybe awarded, as you said, then the amount should be put as part of the payables now, because it's supposed to be paid. So there is a disclosure in terms of contingency for the ongoing cases, where the institution can also make probability of whether you lose or you can win the case, need to be disclosed.
So on the positive side, I think when the county appeared before us last time, there was no disclosure of contingent liabilities. However, are these contingent liabilities, or these are active orders? Because where a decision has been made, it is no longer contingent liability. Contingent liability is litigation in progress. And therefore the disclosure should have been on the 350 active cases. So, Governor, could you help us understand these 31 cases listed here? Have you appealed, or orders have been issued, but you just said you can't pay, won't pay?
Chairman, let me ask the attorney to give the details of that.
Please proceed. I think a quick summation of the 31 was 117
million, Chair.
117 million.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have given a comprehensive documentation on our status on legal matters. The one that you're referring to appears as Appendix 19H. On the bundle there, it will appear at page 157 and runs all the way to page 162. Chair, these are actually cases that have been determined and judgments have been issued. If you look at the bulk of the cases, not actually the bulk, if you look at the cases, these are cases that were determined pre-2022. And these are matters, historical cases that we inherited. the judgments that were entered total to 156,771,349 and 02. Chair, on the question that you've asked, what we did is that where judgment has been entered, we were able to extract and put up the list of 31. Now, pretty much all the cases that we got here, we are at different stages in terms of either seeking a form of a review or some form of an appeal. But those judgments still stand, legally speaking. So those judgments stand, even if eventually we are able to get different decisions, but those judgments had already been handed down against the county government. Now, Chairman, in terms of the cases, Chair, we inherited quite a huge portfolio of cases.
Before you go to the 350,
yes,
because you have a very detailed appendix which you can refer to. But our attention was drawn to this 31. You are saying these are firm orders by the court. Now, is there, because there's no column, you've got a column on remarks, and remarks you are saying there's an interest of 12% running every year. It would have been useful to have a column to indicate that on this we have appealed, on this we have sought review, on this we need to pay. Because I think now speak as an advocate and advise the governor that where the courts have issued an order and it has not been appealed or a review has not been filed, what is the obligation of the county? Leave alone the historical background or how the orders were obtained. What is your advice as a professional to the county?
Chair, I think let me give you a very good reference. Put your hand on page 78 on my bundle, and then go back to page 157 as well.
Okay, so you've taken us to your bundle. That's
yes, so look at the bundle. Look at
that's appendix
19D. Look at 19D. That is on the big document, volume appendix 1 to 29C.
$19D?
Yes. So if you go to 19D, in 19D, from we have got status of matters that are pending payment, but those matters are still in court. So if you look at number 1, for instance, on page 78, you'll see a case there by Export Hydro. Chairman, we are in the process of doing an appeal, but there's already a judgment. So if you go again to page 157, you will see it is listed there as number 2, as a decree that has been issued. So what I'm saying is that, yes, we have got judgments that were already entered against the county government. So if there's a judgment already entered, we have listed them there because we do not know how far the process will go. But we have already instituted a review process, and those are the ones that we've listed in 19D.
Which column indicates that?
Chair, I don't think the county attorney understood you. What are the interventions? It's not here.
Yes.
You are saying by word of mouth. We wanted to see a proof that you have appealed. It is not here. We agree it's not here.
Yes, Chair.
Or you are advising the governor now that we have asked you to advise?
No, Chair, you are very right that maybe that information is not available on this. I must admit that maybe that information was not available to me at the point when we were preparing this report. But that information is available, Chair, and if you want, I want to say that out of the 32 matters that were judgments, pretty much all of them are still in court at some point in time or another, either by way of review or by way of appeal. That is the correct position of this matter. And that is information, Chair, if you, because I think if we're talking about a very huge figure, it is something that I can be able to make available to show that there is actually a legal process to try to roll back. But what I was saying is that what I put in page 157 is that I appreciate that there are decrees that have already accrued from the legal process. But we are taking time to be able to roll back the process. So that is why I have got two separate lists, one for rolling back the process, but one confirming that that is the true position.
You know, County Attorney, the Auditor General, if you look at their finding,
contingency
as referred to the legal department as being very vibrant.
Yes, we are.
You can see the vibrancy. And I think I also need to disclose that we're in school together. We're in campus together, but different faculties. So advise me, because I was not in your faculty, on file number 1, Homa Bay CMC, Export Hydro Pump and Services, case concluded, payment of decree pending, 10.9 million. And I think the case was concluded in which year? 2016?
The one for export hydro was concluded 15th August 2017. That is the date of the decree.
2017.
Yes.
I understand the problems we have had in the legal space in the county. I do understand. And I believe that we can solve it. But what do you advise the governor on this case number 1? Because if there is no appeal, if there is no evidence of review, shouldn't your advice be to the governor that, Governor, we must pay this? Because the longer we take, the more interest is going to accrue.
Chair, can you just allow me to clarify, to confirm that of all the matters that we've listed, the one that we have listed as contingent liability, the 30 matters, we have got active reviews and appeals going on, only that we have not concluded to succeed or a determination being made. But yes, that is why I have not been able to advise the governor that now here we are at the tail end of it. You will find matters. Let me give you a very good example, Chair, so that you perhaps maybe be able to walk with me why we are where we are. You'll find, for instance, somebody has gone to court and is claiming in respect of a road, for instance. Now, when the audit was done, it was actually established that actually no road was done. Now, this fact might not have been available at the point these cases were being determined. Now, what we've done is that we've been able to use that information to go back to court and tell court that, look, we have done our own investigations. We have determined that there was actually no work done for the county. So we want a review of that judgment. Now, we are at various stages with similar or divergent positions, but the truth is that we have these matters that I've listed here, the 30 of them, we are taking active steps to try to roll back. Now, the reason why I put them here is because right now I have not succeeded in doing so, but I'm in the process of doing so. So there are active reviews or appeals pending in respect of the 30 matters for which 156 million had been granted at various stages. So,
Governor,
Chair,
do you have that visibility? Sitting from where you sit, do you have the comfort that if an order was served upon you on a particular matter, that you don't have to look for the attorney in Kabwatch? You have a dashboard somewhere where you have all the information about the 300 cases.
I don't have a dashboard, but I have a file of the cases, and the overall advice is that we appeal for as far as we can go on the claims that have been made to the county, given the unavailability of funds to pay some of this. But what I wanted to say also in terms of legal fees overall is, and I think we've noted it in our response, is that since we established the Office of the Attorney, we have not had any cases being handled by external lawyers, 1, and 2, we have not lost a single case in court. And we have had, we have the most litigious group in Homa Bay, but we have not lost a single case. So on the advice on appeals, I have a file of these 350 cases in my office. I don't have we have not digitized it so that I have a dashboard, but what you mean is, do I have a sense of the cases? I may not have the details of each and every case. I have a very good idea, especially of the cases that have been brought in our tenure in office. But Chairman, I would like to report to the committee that we haven't had to hire external lawyers, neither have we lost any of the cases, and that is thanks to your classmate. I think given your chairmanship ability here and your classmate's ability as attorney, your school was good. Thank you, Chairman.
Hiyo ni kulipaka mafuta.
Hiyo ni kupaka mgongo wa kupa mafuta. I think you have given a lot of latitude to your classmate, but he knows there's a principle of evidence and evidentiality. Because what you are telling us, this accrual of interest after the degree has been extracted and judgment entered. So did you stay? Or as you plan to appeal, this interest will continue to accrue?
Chairman, the interest is part of the decree. But Chair, let me just also just say one thing.
Yes. No, just answer my question, then you say that other thing.
Yeah, obviously the interest continues to accrue.
Yeah, so you should be honest to your classmates.
But what I was saying, that I am hopeful.
No, actually on that point, so if the interest runs,
yes,
shouldn't your liability as disclosed include the interest rather than the original amount?
Yeah, they should be inclusive. The one should go. Remember, Chair, when we were here before you the last time, we were at a much lower figure, because we remember when we were here.
So you didn't even have this disclosure then?
Chair, we actually did. We actually did have.
Okay, now let's agree on. You are speaking from a perspective of law. Let's agree with the accountants from the perspective of disclosing that liability. Should they disclose the original award, or they should factor in the interest? Because it's a contingent liability. The probability that you will be called upon to pay an amount, the interest ought to be factored in, isn't it? From an accounting perspective. So then this needs to be adjusted for that. And then another column also needs to be provided that shows the status. And if there is an appeal, if there is a review, that needs to be declared. But if there is an uncontested order or award, that one you don't have the luxury of talking of fiscal space, because the more you wait, the more interest checks in. And as you have said that on this 12%, the interest is equivalent to the market fees. And you know, it would look very untidy to explain that we are collecting rates from markets, but all of it is going to interest on decrees that have not been honored.
Chair, maybe from Wakili, on this issue, the reason I asked the accrual of 12% after degree has been extracted and judgment entered, is there a way in the review you can push for the stay so that this accrual of interest does not continue, so that it can be stayed, and then by the time the review is had and determined, you should have not suffered a lot, because if it is entered against you or in your favor or against, let's assume you lose the case, it means that accrual of 12% will affect the contingency liability that has been provided for by the county government. So don't you think, and then finally, I know Governor, and I think all of us in this room participated in the passage of the County Attorney Act, and then in the last parliament. I've heard the Governor, which is good, that you have never lost a case that you have handled. Can you just in 1 minute paint to us how the county department looks like in terms of human resource? I don't know, Governor, whether you meant the people is there a group in Homa Bay that is litigious, or naturally the population of Homa Bay like pursuing their human rights issues? What did you mean? You need to be clear so that you are not misinterpreted.
Chairman, I think it is both. Our people are very enlightened, very aware of their rights, and they're also very litigious, a very vibrant civil society, also in Homa Bay. And therefore, and we are happy that we have a vibrant civil society, because it is always keeping us on the line.
So that you look nice. Thank you.
Honorable members, it is 4 o'clock, and there is the law of diminishing returns that is setting in. I feel like we have discussed the substantive issues that we could have dealt with today.
There are a few issues that have remained that we can deal with when we visit Homa Bay or when we schedule another meeting. I think the biggest risk that we must all agree that we must deal with is a 55% that goes to employees. It is not proper that our neighbors could be at 30-something% and we are at 55%. It is an inherited problem, and it requires very, very tough decisions. Some of them would be very tough political decisions that need to be made, but we must have that conversation. Otherwise, we will be fighting for more resources just to pay salaries rather than to develop our county. So if there are few issues that we have not addressed, if there are issues where we cannot rely on the written responses, we shall consolidate them so that at our next meeting we can have answers. But the audit is also going on. OAG, have you done your entry?
For the executive not, but for the RORCRF we have done. But
Okay.
we're also planning for the executive.
So,
Of this month.
so if there's an issue which we have not touched on and which you had reported earlier that is not fully addressed, we keep it in view and report on it in the next audit cycle. But issues of HR, issues of the two projects, Kigoto and the Arujo, plus this issue of legal fees, if there are still areas that we feel dissatisfied, we can still canvass on those. With that, I want us to do closing remarks from the members, if any.
Maybe what I can say is...
Or maybe before you make the closing remarks, let me communicate back to the County Assembly that we have received the report that you had referred to, and indeed the Assembly processed a report. However, the report did not have the involvement of the Auditor General. It is a report of the Auditor General, and as we build capacity, and I'm glad that Honorable Wanga is the chair, because he's a man whose capacity is not in doubt, that you will work together with the Senate, you will seek advice from the Clerk of the Senate or from the OAG, that for an Auditor General's report to be considered and adopted by the House without the participation of the Auditor General, in our view, the report becomes null and void. So therefore, even though I've seen the report, it will not be useful for our purposes because the Auditor General is a prosecutor, the Auditor General is the one who went to the ground, and I just want to encourage, and I think we can have interactions as your senator on how to improve the exercise. The fact that you attempted something is good, but the fact that you didn't involve the Auditor General is not good enough. So I think I wanted to make that communication so that if members want to give further advice in their closing remarks, they can do so. Senator Cherargei, anything in closing?
No, Chair, since you have directed that when we will be in Senate Mashinani, your county, Homa Bay, will be part of our visitation, then on the issue of projects, I think we can handle at that level. I think what I can say, Governor, as we wish you well, since you are a former colleague, we expect a lot from you. That's why we really want to see you succeed in that region. And as your motto says, Homa Bay is a county of endless potential. We want to see that potential. I think one of the issues is on the human resource. Kindly put in order. I know it's a problem across many counties where the issue of human resource continue to go beyond 35% and it continues to affect the revenue, the money that should have been released to others. And I know you hosted us for the Devolution Conference. The fact that counties have received more than 4 trillion Kenya shillings, we want that to be seen for the last 15 years. All the counties, including yours, we want to see that value so that our people can appreciate why they pay taxes or why we take loans to finance some of these projects. I think if you can do that, it will be very important.
And to also appeal, because you are a member of COG, is to work around the issue of on-source revenue. If I'm looking forward into the future, in conclusion, Chair, where the on-source revenue becomes the major revenue income of the county, and where the equitable shareable revenue, both conditional and additional, becomes supplemental to the functionality of counties, then we will have written the success stories. So you just harmonize a few revenue streams so that we can see the value for our money. And we wish you well, Chair, and I hope next time we can participate in Roan Antelope Marathon, but I know that's an issue of discussion, but we will participate one of these fine days when we come there. I know those are some things that we can consider. So Governor, all the best, safe journey back home, and keep working hard for your people for the benefit of all of our Kenyans. And thank you for partnering with the national government. I've seen Homa Bay is one of the serious partner in terms of many projects that the national government is doing. And I think that is the spirit of intergovernmental. Even Kitui, we are doing a good stadium, and we hope we will be there.
You have very good ideas, but you get lost in other details. I think on the Rowan Marathon, Governor, there's an observation in the financial statements where the Rowan Marathon is reported to have generated 68,000 Kenya shillings. It is in your financial statements. And if time would have allowed, we would have probed it. But go back and try to find out why that is so. Because at 68,000, I do recall that marathon, personally, I paid a corporate package of 50,000. So it would mean that I was the only person who paid, plus 18 other runners who are paying 1,000 shillings each. The devil is in the detail. And I think Senator Cherargei has mentioned it because we had canvassed it in the morning. But that is something that requires an explanation. OAG, it is something that you need to probe. How it is that only 68,000 was recorded in the financial statements for the marathon. Senator Mbua?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. First is to thank the Governor for her time and the team. Governor, I'm very sure you do understand where we come from when we ask the questions that we're asking. I was just try as much as we can to strengthen devolution if we can, and we should. And I believe for us as a Senate, we have done our job. We have passed the enabling legislations that are needed for counties to be able to access funding and undertake their projects. One thing, Governor, that I would want to say to you, as I say to all the other governors, is Cherargei, Senator, congratulates Homa Bay for partnering with the national government. It's a good thing to do. But me, I want to always disabuse this notion from all of us that the national government sits here and county governments sit here to be allocated resources by the national government. The national government cannot and must never be perceived to be allocating any resource, any cent to any county government. That is the work of Parliament. The national government is allocated funds by Parliament just as much as the county governments are. But when there are areas of collaboration to advance the cause of devolution, it is always welcome, specifically for the county government of Homa Bay. I would want to still go back to that HR audit by PwC.
and say this, Chair, because you're also a member of that county. You know, I know counties are also grappling with this HR business. If you come into office, you find that the establishment is at 35, 70, no, the highest is around 50-something%. And then what do you do as a governor? What exactly are you supposed to do as a governor? If you have come in, you found that your wage bill is way beyond what is allowed in law. Do you fire people? Do you rationalize? Do you increase your own source so that the percentages could go down? What exactly do you do? But it gets complicated then when you engage the services of professionals in the field and the report that they give you does not help you. It becomes very complicated. Governor and your team, I hope that you'll find your balance on that HR issue. And yes, like the rest of us, I wish you well.
I mean, from your comments, I wonder how it would have been if you had not raised your own source revenue by R1 billion shillings. I mean, we'd be on 60-something%. It would have been in very, very dangerous territory. Senator Mofa, anything?
Nothing much, Chair. Governor, sit back. Traveler Sifuna back to Homa Bay. You know, Gladys is a big name in this country. So it's not lost. I think along the way, you are just grappling with problems that are in different counties across the country. There's nothing so much bad about Homa Bay. Thank you.
Governor, your closing remarks?
Chairman, is just to thank the committee for their time and for the review and the comment. I think given where we found our county, we have put our very best foot forward. On the HR, we found a county where we didn't know how many staff we had. At least now we have a staff establishment. We have a HR procedures manual. Again, when you come to Homa Bay, Chairman, and I welcome the entire team, as Senator Wambua has said, let us have a conversation on what do we do with the staff. Because there's only one way, and the way is rationalize and release. There's no other way of reducing the wage bill. In fact, even if we debate it from here, that we've done everything that can be done, including checking on who's not coming to work, who's regularly being paid allowances, we have rationalized all that, and we are where we are. So we will be happy to also benefit from the input of the Senate as to how we deal with the issue of our wage bill. I think it is a conversation for which we are open. This is your county as well, and we will be happy to benefit from those difficult decisions we are talking about. You know, how exactly do we move forward? But I wanted to also submit to the Senate that a lot of money is also still left in Nairobi. And I think these monies should also be able to come to counties so that we are also able to still implement programs, even for those of us who have to deal with a higher than usual wage bill. Apart from that, I want to say that we value feedback that we receive from the Senate, and we always go back and look at how do we improve any elements that require to be tightened, including from the Auditor General. So when you come to visit, you will see the progress that we have made. You will see where there are gaps that we need to continue to work on. But what I would like to say is that this team that we have here, including our Deputy Governor and the rest of the team, we have put forward prudence in use of the little resources that we have. And I'm happy that what we are dealing with is structural issues that we need to manage, but not necessarily loss of monies of the county in ways through corruption and other ways. We have put our best foot forward in terms of bringing back good governance to our county. I thank you so much, Chairman. I thank the rest of the committee members for your time, And I do welcome you to Homa Bay when you have the time to come. It is always a pleasure to be here, and we are happy as a team to have been given the time that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. I'll conclude by, I think it is fair to congratulate you on on-source revenue performance. When you come to an audit exercise, there are always exceptions. And so we could focus on exceptions, we could focus on what is not working. But it is clear that we have grown our on-source revenue to levels that have even exceeded the OSR potential that has been defined by CRA. I think that should be one case where we go back to CRA and tell them that their models are faulty, that counties can generate much more. I think the governance structure, we didn't give your chair the opportunity to explain the budgeting, but that can still be done when we meet again. Branding a county is also extremely important. The manner in which the county leadership presents itself, even in terms of documentation. We have commented on it in the past. Documentation has been very proper. It's unfortunate that today we had cases of documents that could not be read. That was the legacy of Homa Bay a few years ago, where documents would come in foreign languages, but we thought that we had changed things. So let's continue striving for excellence. We have branded and positioned Homa Bay positively, and we shall work with you, hand in hand with you, to continue to project Homa Bay as that county of choice. I also appreciate and recognize the professionalism in the team that you lead. I think this is one of those counties where you can tell that there's a cabinet meeting going on. They are public, the resolutions and recommendations are circulated to the public, and that is how to inspire confidence in people. We still need to deal with what you have defined as a structural issues. And as a resident of Homa Bay, I hear all these stories about money not flowing, people not being paid on time. But if you've got 55% of your expenditure going to salaries and another 11% going to the county assembly, already 66% is not available to you. And it will be very difficult for money to flow in that kind of scenario. Your neighboring counties with similar demographics, perhaps similar legacy and challenges, have been able to demonstrate they are around 35, 36%. Migori governor was here. We were a bit concerned that his ratios were rising, but they were rising by about 1 or 2%. They are still within the 30-something percentage range. I think Siaya is in the same position. Busia could also be in the same range. It's going to be a tough decision because, as you have seen, the kind of uproar the PwC report receives just on the face value. But there has to be a way of fixing it. As I said earlier, if we didn't increase our own source revenue by 1 billion, I think we'd be saying that Homa Bay should be shut down because we'd be at 60%. And I don't know whether there's any other county which is at 60%, maybe Kisii. 58. We'll be competing at the wrong level because we should not be competing on imprudent use of financial resources. We also need to deal with the issue of pending bills and differentiate the truth from lies. If someone has presented a fake claim against the county government, let us call it what it is and hand over those files to EACC and DCI so that you are not blamed for non-payment of bills which are not legitimate in the first place. And I think that, as I said earlier, Senate cannot direct you to reopen ineligible claims because you are the CEO, you run the government. What we need to do is to draw the line. And what we also need to do is to ensure there's predictability on the part of those claiming that in the payment plan, they'll ultimately be paid. On the legal issues, the way the OAG describes your legal team as vibrant, I think you've got a vibrant team, but they have a responsibility to help you deal with the problems of the past. I am fully aware of those problems. Some of them came before this committee previously. Unfortunately, matters law, once orders are issued, if you bury your head in the sand
And I know we'll have this conversation even with the county assembly. I am aware a former member of county assembly who had a work injury, and there was a decree, there were some orders that were issued by the courts, but because the figures are so big, people are hiding their heads in the sand, burying their heads in the sand, and interest keeps running. We must deal with this, and I think you've got good legal counsel that should help you to cut loose. Finally, our development expenditure has been reported to be around 25%. Is it 25%? 25%. I think with the ambition, with the ambitious plans that you have, I hear some people saying that we are only riding on national government projects. There is no country called national government. Those projects come from taxes that are paid for by the residents of Homa Bay, and when they come to Homa Bay, it is not a favor. I don't think that the Constitution expected that the national government would implement their projects in the air while the counties implement their projects on the ground. So I completely disagree with that notion that when the national government invests in Homa Bay, it is another entity that is doing the work. But your fiscal space is extremely limited. So I just want to encourage you, as your senator, I will support you. And whenever I sit on this chair, I am never conflicted, and that's why I don't recuse myself, because I'm clear in my mind, I'm not doing business with the county. I don't have a relative, a spouse, as defined in the Conflict of Interest Act, within the top leadership of the county. And I feel like I can provide objective advice, objective assessment of the county. And I hope that even where we have criticized you and where we have made adverse recommendations, we take it in stride, because that is what the law says. Those are not personal views of the chair. I think with that, we will, the meeting adjourns. We wish the delegation a safe journey back to Homa Bay. We meet on Thursday. On Thursday at 9:30. The meeting is adjourned. No. Yes.